The Sega Genesis. Probably one of the more infamous games out there, Zero Wing is known only for its butchering of the English language that you just witnessed. Now, I have noticed an ongoing pattern that people keep making fun of Zero Wing only because of that one opening cutscene where it, well, destroyed the English language. Now, I have also noticed that normally when they go over Zero Wing, they don't actually cover the game, which is what you should be covering. So, I mean, for all we know, maybe they had bad grammar, but maybe they were good game developers. Maybe this game is good. Well, I can answer that question right now. Is the game good? No. Is it horrible? No. No, actually, it's not horrible. It's definitely not the worst shoot-'em-up game I've ever played. But Zero Wing is guilty of one major problem that just destroys the entire game. That problem being, it's boring! It's probably one of the most boring shoot-'em-ups I've ever played. Probably the most boring shoot-'em I've ever played. I mean, the control is fine, but there's no content! There's nothing here. There's only 3 power-ups, and I already got the most powerful one. Like, what, 10 seconds into the game? What the fuck? Now, you can level up these power-ups, but it's just the power-up spawn in a set pattern. It goes red, blue, green, back to red, blue, green, red, blue, green, red, over and over and over again, so you know exactly what you're going to get next time you get a power-up. So, it's just dumb. Now, as for the look of the game, well, I mean, the game looks alright. The graphics aren't that bad. Not the best, but they're not horrible. And as for sound, well, take a listen to the music. Not that bad. Music's pretty good, actually. I kind of like it. So, I mean, the music's alright, but it's just so boring and stereotypical. Maybe that's not the word I'm looking for, but you get my idea. Let's compare this to another shoot-'em-up. Let's take Gradius. Gradius 3 for the Super Nintendo. Gradius has so much content to it, it's not even funny. There's enemies everywhere. There's so many power-ups you can get, it's amazing, and you could die any second. Zero Wing has none of this. 3 power-ups. There's a lot of enemies, but half the time when you go to places like this where there's nothing on the screen, you hold down the button to just shoot everything. It's not hard at times. What I mean by that is, the game should also be known for the fact that it's both easy and ridiculously hard at the same time. Shoot-'em-ups are generally known for their overwhelming difficulty because there's so many enemies on the screen at once, and so much stuff going on. Zero Wing, here is actually the sub-boss of the first stage, is, in fact, both easy and hard at the same time. You see, you go through the levels, and the levels are generally pretty easy. Well, not pretty easy, really easy. But then you get to the final boss, which is actually just past this part I'm at now. Oh my god. It took me by such surprise. I was expecting a pretty easy boss given the easy level. Ha! Not the case. Bam. That's how fast I died, because I did not expect all those shots to be coming at once. The bosses are ridiculously hard, so what we're dealing with here is ridiculously easy levels and ridiculously hard boss fights. This, to me, is really irritating! Starting the second stage, we again see the same thing we've seen before. Really, really easy gameplay. I didn't really go into the power-ups yet. The red is a standard, machine gun type thing. Blue is a laser, and green is a homing shooter. But, And getting back to the whole easy-hard factor, look at this. I'm going to speed this up. I am not moving. All I'm doing is sitting here and shooting forward. Do we see why these levels are too easy? Do we see why this is a bit of an issue? Do we see why I'm ready to burst at the seams because this game is so bloody irritating because it's too damn easy and too damn hard at the same time? Make up your mind! I said there were only 3 power-ups, and that is true, but you can also get speed improvements and a super bomb, which is only a one-use weapon. I mean, but other than that, there's really... So I guess you want to include those as 5 power-ups. Whoopee! It's still not a lot, and the game is just so boring. Because it just goes on and on and on. What the fuck was I supposed to do there? I have no idea what the hell you're supposed to do there. I got past it, but even so, that's ridiculous. Something that happened in this game make no sense, because some things changed upon repeated plays. That whole wall thing, yeah, those didn't come down the second time I played through it, so it makes no sense. This boss is ridiculous, too. I died instantly because he's shooting a laser out the front, which is fine. He's also shooting these damn homing missiles that, well, they're homing! They come straight towards you! It's fucking insane! Ugh. Well, I beat the sub-boss. Wait a minute. The final boss is a sub-boss again? Oh, so the final boss is a green sub-boss. The horror! And once again, I kick his ass. Of course, he was also a pain because, once again, those damn homing missiles. If it wasn't for the homing missiles, the boss would be too damn easy. I mean, I would like a challenge in a game, but when a game can't make up its mind between easy and hard, that's kind of irritating! I think most of you will agree with me. When a game is really easy at some points and really hard at other points, that's not fun or anything, that's just annoying! And Zero Wing is guilty of this on so many levels. Shoot-'em-ups are normally known for their difficulty. If Zero Wing was hard all around in general, I wouldn't have a problem. I wouldn't be complaining about it. But the problem is, Zero Wing is too easy and too hard at the same time. Which, I guess when you say it like that, makes no sense, but when taken into Zero Wing, it makes perfect sense! Ugh! But other than that, overall, the game isn't actually that bad in terms of gameplay. It's just boring and can't make up its mind between easy and hard. Ugh, this is where I died on the third level, because it just... Oh my god, because he got swarmed right there, as you saw. So, game over. I really don't care anymore. As I said, not that bad of a game, but not that good either. I'm done! Have a fucking nice day, everyone!
We get signal, we get signal, we get signal. What? Main screen turn on. It's you! All your base are belong to us. All your base are belong to us. All your base are belong to us. All your base are belong to us.
You know, some games probably shouldn't have ever existed. And the Smurfs for the NES is definitely one of those games. This game just fails on so many levels that I can't even begin to describe it. It drives me out of my mind. You start out by selecting a language. I don't know why you have to select a language, so they probably should have said it for the region they released it in, but I guess they got lazy. So, this is the title screen. You pick the game, obviously. You can select the other options. You can actually turn the music off, which you might want to do, because the music is going to start making your ears bleed pretty fast. So, Act 1, The Forest. What an original name. What the hell just happened there? Did you see that bullshit? I didn't even have a chance to fucking react. That fucking squirrel threw his fucking nut at me immediately. As soon as I started out the fucking level. I didn't have a chance to do anything. And these squirrels all over the fucking place throughout this entire fucking level. It's fucking retarded. What the hell do you expect me to do? And this was the worst out of all of them. Look at this shit. What the fuck? How was I supposed to react to that? You can't react to that. And this happened multiple times when I played through this shit. Because I always forgot it was there. The nut came at me, smacked me in the face, I fall in the fucking pit. And look at this. I try to jump on that enemy, nothing happens. But with other enemies, I jump on it, it dies. So what makes this enemy so special? Why the fuck can't I kill that enemy when I can kill all the other enemies in the fucking game? Besides the fucking squirrels who are inside their fucking trees throwing fucking nuts at you. What kind of shit is that? So I'm walking around this fucking level. The controls are fucking retarded. Now I'll give the game some credit. It does look good. The graphics are decent. But the controls are just so fucking annoying that I can't even begin to describe them. Look at this fucking shit. That's fucking retarded. This pit is such a pain in the ass, it's not even funny. Because you have to get up to max speed in order to get over it. And obviously you don't want to run full speed because you might run into an enemy that you can't kill. Because there's no melee attack, all you can do is jump on some of the enemies. Other enemies you can't get over. It's fucking retarded. And the jumping is delayed. So, it's just a never-ending pain in the ass with these fucking broken controls. These fucking nuts what the fuck do you expect me to do? What the fuck? There's flies everywhere. These stupid, whatever the fuck they are, I guess they're the tainted smurfs. Shit! Fucking nuts! Stop. What do these squirrels have against the Smurfs? Why are caterpillars and flies hurting me? What kind of shit is this? Well, I finally beat that fucking level, and I'm still going through, trying to figure out why the fuck I'm playing this. And it's fucking insane. Act 2, the River Smurf. Okay? Now, this level is completely different. It takes on more of a... the screen's constantly moving as you're floating down this river. It's not no longer a platform in this level. And this level ain't actually that bad, because I actually expected the logs to hurt you, but as it turns out, the logs don't hurt you. The only thing that hurts you are these fucking blue fish, and as long as you can avoid those, you'll get through the level. Now the level takes too fucking long because the screen's moving too fucking slow, so you might get annoyed because it's moving slow, which is why I've sped this up. But otherwise, the level actually isn't that bad. This is one of the only decent parts of the entire game. It's not hard at all. In fact, it just went from too fucking hard to too fucking easy. What I mean by too fucking hard is that it's just too much of a pain in the ass, especially for younger players. You know, the players who would be playing this game, normally 14-year-olds don't play a Smurfs game. Smurfs is a game that would be played by 8-year-olds. You would expect a game to be relatively easy so as to appeal to younger audiences. But apparently the developers thought, no, let's take the Smurfs and make the game hard as hell. That makes total fucking sense. What kind of fucking bullshit is this? Act 3, the swamps. What kind of shit is this? Oh, this is good. Now I have to, now let's relies on precise jumping. Fuck. How the hell do you expect me to do this shit? I'm trying to jump over. Damn it. I just fell into the swamp only because the jumping is fucking delayed. You press the jump button, what the fuck happens? Nothing for about 2 seconds. Then it reacts. So, I mean, precise jumping is almost impossible because you have to get a running start, then jump. Shit! Fucking delay again. And those frogs keep ducking back in. Game fucking over. This is fucking retarded. What the fuck do you expect me to do? Fucking Smurfs. You know what? You know what, fucking Smurfs? I'll show you. I will show you. Watch this. Rise the land as never before. Total destruction from mountain to shore. Burn, drown, run to the Smurfs, run for your life. I got a little carried away there. This never happened. I am done. Goodbye and have a nice day. Okay, I think I put this one off way too long. And it's about time you guys got a decent review from me. So here it goes. Sonic Unleashed for the Xbox 360. This is a game I was really hyped up for because it actually looked like Sega was going to try. I was skeptical because last time they were going to try, we got Sonic Next Gen, that was a piece of shit. But this one's a bit of a different story. And speaking of that, I will cover the story before I go into anything. The story is that Dr. Eggman, once again, is up to no good, and Sonic goes to stop him, but Eggman drops him off a space station and he falls to the Earth. And this is, of course, after Eggman splits the planet apart. That was his evil plan, to release an ancient being called Dark Gaia. And Sonic meets up with a new character named Chip the Chihuahua. And if you haven't noticed now, Sonic looks a little bit different. That is because the splitting of the planet kind of caused Sonic to turn into what is called the werehog, which is a really retarded name. But Chip has lost his memory, so they decide to go around and fix the planet and try to get Chip's memory back, and on the way they meet various different characters, like Tails, of course. Can't have a Sonic game without Tails, it's like mandatory. And of course they meet up with Dr. Eggman. And in addition, they also meet up with Amy and another new character named Professor Pickle, who is a mentor of Tails. And that's actually all the characters you're going to see besides the main villain and besides the standard townspeople. And I like the story because it has a lot of humor in it. It's more cartoony, and they take it way less seriously this time around, which is good because we're talking about a game about a bipedal hedgehog. You can't exactly take that seriously. I kind of wish I would have seen a few other characters, mainly Knuckles, because he's kind of, you know, a major Sonic character, but beggars can't be choosers, and the storyline is pretty good. Getting into the actual gameplay, first of all, the game looks beautiful. I mean, the graphics are pristine. There are very, very few graphical flaws that I've found. The game just looks really, really good. And besides that, the gameplay is actually a lot of fun when it comes to the standard Sonic stages. It's a lot of speed-based and a lot of platforming. And one thing that pisses me off is certain organizations that seem to, question the gameplay after only playing the first few levels, and you can't do that! Because the first few levels, while still being generally fun, are not nearly as good as the later half of the game. And it just pisses me off that a lot of people are judging the game based on the first few levels. It's just complete and total bullshit, and I really wish that... What? Okay, I'll be right back. So anyway, the game is a lot of fun. There's a couple new moves, well, old moves and new moves. They incorporated the boost from the Sonic Rush series, and I love that. I love that they incorporated that. There's grinding, there's a quick steps, which is controlled by the left bumper and right bumper. And you can step quickly from side to side, you can drift to help you with turning, you can do the homing attack, obviously, then, of course, the light speed dash. It's a lot, the gameplay when it comes to standard Sonic is a lot of fun, and what you're seeing now is my favorite stage in the game, Holiska. Why? Well, number one, I really love the musical track, and it feels like I'm playing a Sonic game again when I play this stage. Not to say that I don't feel the same way when I play the other stages, but this is one I really love, and I just wanted to point it out to everybody, because I really adore this stage. It reminds me of Ice Cap Zone from Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and I kind of think that Sega was thinking of that when they made it. It's just a lot of fun. And when it comes to the standard Sonic stages, I implore you, this game is... It's just great. I mean, there are very few flaws when it comes to this. Sega really tried this time. However, people are judging the game not based on those stages. They're judging it and saying the entire game sucks because of one thing. And you're seeing that right now. The werehog. The werehog has its own stages, and it's a beat-em-up style platforming adventure type deal. And it doesn't really suck. And like a lot of people say, and this looks familiar. No. You didn't. Sega... Oh, come on, Sega! Alright. Just because it rips off something does not mean it sucks. And as I was saying, the werehog levels don't suck, per se. They're not nearly as fun as the regular Sonic levels, but they're not horrible. I mean, people talk as if they're complete shit, and that's not true. What the Hold on! As I was saying, the werehog doesn't completely suck. I like it because it's a nice classic beat-em-up style type deal, and it's, again, not as fun as running as regular Sonic, but it's still a pretty okay thing to do. I mean, it's not like it's complete shit, and it has some creative platforming elements in it too. I mean, sure, yeah, it rips off God of War. I will not deny that. I will not deny that at all. But it's still a lot of fun to play. It's not like it completely sucks. I noticed a couple flaws. Sometimes the frame rate lags when there's a lot of enemies on the screen. That's standard for a lot of games. And it doesn't lag it doesn't lag so much that it becomes bothersome. I find the combos a little bit irritating to pull off because, I don't know, it seems like the game doesn't read them quite as well, and you seem to do random moves. Not that doing combos really helps anyway. It's a button masher, it really is. But not complete shit. Another thing I want to talk about are the boss fights, which are very, very epic feeling and a lot of fun to do. But as both the werehog and regular Sonic. Regular Sonic is a running type deal similar to the Sonic Rush boss fights, and the werehog is a beat 'em up style deal. And the boss fights are really good, and I think that... You know what? I'll be right back! God fucking damn it! Every single time you go to a new area and a new set of stages, you have to go back to older stages and get all these stupid sun and moon medals again just so you can progress through the game. It's just padding to make the game longer. It's nothing more than that. It's a waste of fucking time and I can't stand it. It can kill the game. It almost killed the game for me. Having to backtrack and play through these other stages to move on with the game. Don't stop me! Anyway, one last thing I want to talk about is the downloadable content for this game. Sega released some downloadable levels that you can purchase on the Xbox Live Marketplace. That's really cool, but all I've heard about them, until I downloaded them myself, was, oh my god, they're so hard! They suck so bad, they're so difficult, I can't be done. Oh, shut up! I'm sorry, but I like the fact that they're challenging. It showed Sega was trying to put some effort into this. They made sure to make these games really challenging, and I like having a challenge in a Sonic game again. The thing a lot of younger gamers don't understand nowadays, and I hate bringing this up, I'm not acting like an elitist or anything, I'm just saying a lot of newer games tend to hold your hand and don't give necessary challenges, and that's one thing the downloadable content in Sonic Unleashed does do. It challenges you. It gives you a fun factor and makes you have to try. And I like that. I can respect that. So, at least the Holoska downloadable pack, I'd go for that, because it's a lot of fun. And it'll give you a challenge. And as for the entire game overall, I like it. I mean, I like some older Sonic games better. I thought Sonic Adventure 2 was better, in my opinion. But Sonic Unleashed, it's a huge step in the right direction. And I think if Sega goes with this and sticks with this formula and works out the kinks, like preferably no more of the stupid medals, then I think I would like to see a sequel to this. I'm glad to say it. Sega, you did a decent job. And that's all I gotta say. I'm done. Have a nice fucking day, everybody.
It feels like I'm lost in a dream. I know in my heart that it's my time, and I already see the possibilities are never ending. I see it, and now it's all within my reach. Possibility.
Now, ever since the trailer for this went up, people have been asking me why I'm taking the time to even re-review this. I mean, first of all, if you've been subscribed to me for a while and know about me, you know how much I already hate this game, 'cause I mentioned it before. And of course, if you've seen my first review of it, which I covered a lot, you know I hate it. So why am I taking the time to re-review it? Well, for one thing, I'm not really happy with the first review, at least not in the way it turned out. I liked it at first. A couple times I said it was probably one of the things I was most proud of during the course of my YouTube career, I guess you could say. But, to be perfectly honest, I need to redo it. I didn't do a very good job the first time, I really didn't. And I want to use my own footage to point out specifically why I hate this game. Because the game sucks, okay? It just fucking sucks. It's horrible. It's one of the worst Sonic games in existence. It's that bad. Ugh. Let's get right into the story before I go any further. The story is that the setting is in a city or a nation called Soliana, and there's a princess there named Princess Elise, who in the city gets attacked by Dr. Robotnik, of course, and Dr. Robotnik wants the Chaos Emeralds to do something, and he also needs the princess for this. And Sonic randomly shows up and tries to save her, runs away from Dr. Robotnik, does, the little Sonic thing, and up to this point the game looks pretty kick-ass. Besides the whole saving the princess thing, how cliche could you get? At least when Mario does it, it's kind of funny because Mario's been doing it for years. He has an excuse and makes up for it with gameplay. I mean, granted, I don't like Mario, but I admit he's a good series. Sega, why did you choose to make? You've made the plot worse. I mean, at least Dr. Eggman turning the little animals into robots was a little bit original, but no, you had to go with this. Good freaking job. Another key plot point is that Sonic and Princess Elise will end up falling in love. Oh, freaking boy. We just want to see some bestiality in our Sonic games. So looking forward to that plot point, let me tell you. And I won't spoil anything and or scar your eyes by showing you that one particular scene that happens in the final story that anyone who's played this game through will remember so fondly, and that was sarcasm. But getting away from the plot, let's get to the actual game, trying to ignore the shitty plot. Let's talk about the graphics first of all. Obviously there's a lot of detail put into the graphics. You already saw the opening cutscene. The opening cutscene kicked ass. It looked great. It was terrific. So I'm not going to falter most of the cinematics on graphics, but if you compare the opening cutscene to some of the mid-game cinematics, you're going to notice a drop in quality. And I only noticed this on my second playthrough, that some of the, cinematics, even the pre-rendered ones, are lower quality than the opening one. Telling me that Sega got really lazy during the midpoint of the game. I don't understand this at all. It's just laziness is all it is. And besides the cinematics, you have the in-game graphics, which at first look pretty good. Don't get me wrong. But eventually you're going to notice some bland textures, some very, very odd animations. And overall, the graphics, it looks like they took the time, we're trying to make them look good, but at the same time, there's flaws in them, which confuses the hell out of me. Like, you couldn't even get the graphics completely right. Come on! And the sound. I want to cover that first, too. The music's okay. There's a couple tracks I really like. Although the main theme, His World, is way overused, beyond belief. I don't want to hear it anymore. But I do like a lot of the songs. I like Silver's theme a lot. Shadow's theme's okay. I don't know why everyone likes it so much. I really don't like All Hail Shadow very much. But overall, I guess the sound quality is okay. The voice acting isn't as bad as it's been in the past, but it still has a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Griffith's okay. He's not that bad in the game. Tails still sounds too high. Knuckles, bleh. Rouge is probably the worst. And for some reason they made Omega's voice high pitched, and I don't understand that at all. But okay. Yeah, the voice acting is it's not as horrible as everyone likes to make out to be, but it's definitely not as good as it should be. It's been way better in the past before 4Kids. The reason I covered the graphics and the sound first is because I wanted to save most of this entire review to talk about the gameplay. The gameplay is shit. It's horrible. It's absolutely atrocious, mainly due to shit controls. Sonic runs around like a lunatic. It's ridiculous. And when I say runs around, that I use that term very lightly, because Sonic is also slow in the game. I mean, with the exception of the mock stages, which I'll mention in a second, but in game he's just slow. They try to make Sonic realistic, and making a bipedal in general. I don't know why they chose to do that, but fine. Okay. I mean, the running animation's okay, but he's too slow. He's supposed to be fast, and he's slow. He really is. For what Sonic should be, he's slow. When you get to the mock stage, he finally decides, hey, I'm Sonic, I can run fast. I'll speed up, even though I've been chasing him the entire time, and I should have sped up a while ago. The mock stages are flawed horribly because of the lack of control you have. If you jump, you can't turn in midair, and even turning on the ground is a pain in the ass because you just have no control. And it's just, these stages are ridiculous because you have to dodge a lot of shit, and that causes a lot of problems. Now, most of the vendors of the game are probably going to be saying, well, it gives you a challenge. Yeah, but it's a cheap challenge, okay? Running into trees is not my idea of a good time. But the gameplay is flawed, not just due to shit controls, but two other main things that piss me off. A broken physics engine and horrible glitches. Yeah, some really big time glitches in the game. Whenever a character, not just Sonic, goes on a loop, they get stuck on a set track that defies the physics engine completely. And they actually set this up that way, I guess assuming that the player would be running the entire time. But it really ruins the point of being on the loop, because you're really in no control of what's going on. You just keep running forward. It gets boring, because you know all you're doing is just hitting up. Because if you stop, he's gonna stand there. And that's why you're able to walk loops. Also, you notice that glitch with Silver. That happens with Rouge too. It seems that they set it up to where whenever pieces to a building or a wall come together, there's a hole. And they were too lazy to program to be solid, so you can actually climb up into the hole and walk over the door or wall and go into the room. And this also gives me time to point out the fatal flaw with both Rouge and Knuckles. They get stuck to the wall! I hate this glitch so much. There's actually a killer glitch on this particular level involving Rouge, where if you fly on this particular wall that I'm on, you can't get off. Cause I tried for like 30 minutes to get off the wall and I couldn't do it. The only way I could figure out how to fucking do it was either A, kill myself, or B, phase through the wall. So you have to exploit a glitch to get past a glitch. That's retarded! Another flaw in the physics engine is the ball puzzle. Anyone who's played through Silver Story remembers the ball puzzle, Barney. We have to get the ball to the end of the hallway, past all these holes, but the physics engine is so broken that you can't really control the ball very well. Therefore, it's going to fall into pits a lot, and you'll fail. It's a pain in the ass, and I've heard people spending 40 minutes to an hour on this. I didn't have that much trouble, but at the same time, it was still kind of annoying and kind of a waste of my fucking time. Fortunately, you can skip it by using the same glitch that allows Silver to phase through walls, which is pretty awesome. Just grab a box, stand on it, float, get the box next to the door, float upwards, and press up, right, and press forward towards the door right before you're supposed to hit the top. This should allow Silver to phase through the top of the door and pass through without having to worry about the stupid fucking ball puzzle. Also witness the amazing glitch with E123 Omega's ability to fly! This is lame, okay? This is just retarded. There shouldn't be this many glitches in this fucking game, and I hate it for that. But into the actual physical gameplay once again, getting past the glitches. They made some really poor choice of design. If you notice when I showed that glitch where Silver can phase through the wall, yeah, this is Shadow Stage. If you couldn't already tell, all the levels are rehashed. Even in the final story, they're all rehashed levels. That's ridiculous. Each level is rehashed at least 4 times, with the exception of Wave Ocean, which is rehashed 5 times because you play through Wave Ocean twice in Sonic's story for no reason at all. You mean to tell me you couldn't make original levels for the characters, Sega? Really? You had to rehash every last one of them? And you could compare. There's no difference in level design between the characters. I mean, some characters may go through different areas in a different order, and there might be a different array of enemies, but they're all the same fucking levels. And I know what some of you are saying. Well, Sonic Adventure had rehashed levels. Yeah, but not to the extent of this, okay? Not to this extent. Not only the levels are rehashed, but the bosses are very, very rehashed as well. But you fight the Cerberus twice, you fight the Egg Genesis twice. The rehash boss fights are just inexcusable. I don't want to fight the Egg Cerberus and the Egg Genesis multiple times, okay? The Egg Cerberus, you have to run into walls, even though halfway through the fight Sonic's like, oh, now I can see your face, now I'll show you. Although the gameplay doesn't change at all, you still do the same thing you were doing before. Don't fucking lie to me, Sonic, you son of a bitch! Egg Genesis is an okay fight, although it's kind of easy, because all you do is throw shit at him as Silver and just bounce on him when you're Sonic, so what the fuck is the point? It's just kind of a pointless fight, kind of lame, perfectly honest. Not as bad as Cerberus, but it still sucks. Although, there's those two boss fights in particular that are the worst in the game. The worst. Iblis Phase 2 is horrible. I hate Iblis Phase 2. Why? Tedious. Tedious is all hell. All you do is wait. Oh no, he's attacking. Let's dodge. Wait. Keep waiting. He'll do a little dance every now and then. Drop some stalactites. You hit when he drops enough stalactites, you hit the shiny thing. You wait again. He'll attack, and then you wait again, and then he'll charge forward and hit, and then you can hit him. Repeat. It's so fucking tedious. Although the worst boss fight is Silver. Why? Witness the actual reenactment of my first battle with Silver! Okay, it's Silver, I guess. What the okay, that was a pretty lame attack. I'm gonna try to avoid it this time. Let's try attacking from the side. Maybe that'll do something. Let's try okay, thanks, game, for doing that. Let's try, let's get some rings first. That's a good idea. And homing attack doesn't work. What the fuck do you want me? Stop doing that, douchebag. Alright, oh great, now I'm screwed. Thanks. Thanks, douchebag. Oh my god. This is lame. I don't like this fight. Ugh. I really don't. This game was supposed to be good. I really did. Didn't I? Paul. Try that. Oh! Alright, so you have to... What the? Don't fucking you, douchebag. Well, now I'm gonna fall down and you gotta be... Oh my... fuck you! Okay? Now I know what to do this time. All I gotta do is attack him when he's doing something that is not grabbing me. Sounds like a plan. Let's try that. Yeah, take that, asshole. God, that attack's cheap. It's no use. It's no use. It's no use. How about this? This will end it. Shut the fuck up! God, I hate you. Die. Die. A rank S? Really? You're kidding me, right? That brings me to my next point. The ranking system in this game is so flawed! The problem with the ranking system is this. It's practically impossible to get a D. It's practically impossible to get a D. You might get a C if you suck, and a B is almost always what you'll get because the point range for a B is so much larger than everything else that it's unbelievable. Set it up so that each rank is even. That's what I would expect. That's what would be nice, you bastards. Sonic Adventure, I could forgive it with the rehash levels because there were so many different gameplay styles. But pretty much, with the exception of Silver, all the gameplay is the same for the three main characters. Shadow, you just be doing more killing. Bringing into my next point, the fact that the game makes you kill enemies too much to get past certain points. You have to go through to get through doors to get certain doors to open. You have to kill all the enemies, and they do that a lot with Shadow, but you do it with all the characters. And I hate that so much. This is Sonic. This is not a beat 'em up. I shouldn't have to keep killing the same very, very repetitive enemies over and over and over again in order to get past these fucking doors. This is ridiculous. Also, why is Shadow in a fucking vehicle? This is unnecessary. And speaking of vehicles, the paraglider is like the easiest, most pointless part. I mean, yeah, you might think it's kind of fun at first, but you can run into practically everything because of the lack of damage practically that each object gives you. You can plow through everything and still win because of how short the parts are. It's that pathetic. Sonic's is very, very flawed. Some of the abilities he gets are cheap as hell, and because you can go to a shop in the game and buy jewels for Sonic. Each one gives him a different ability. The one I want to refer to is the purple gem. Or jewel, whatever. Shiny thing. The purple gem is the cheapest thing I have ever seen in my life, because it makes Sonic small. And I know what you're saying, well, so what? Sonic can fly when he's using the purple gem. I don't know whether this was a choice by Sega to allow him to fly when he's tiny for no reason, but he can fly. And you can get the purple gem right before the final level. And this is the level I'm showing you right now. You can skip almost all the puzzles in this level because of the purple gem. What the fuck? They give you the purple gem at the end of the game, but it's before the final level when you want to use the purple gem most. So why would you do that? Wait until I beat the game fairly and then give me the purple gem. But no, you give it to me before the final level so I can just breeze through the final level. Granted, I was pretty happy about that, but it's an obvious design flaw. Silver can be cheaply used too, because if you, like with Omega, with that flying thing, you rapidly press the A button. And Omega doesn't have a gauge that goes down, so he keeps flying all he wants, pretty much in a straight line. I mean, you descend like a tiny bit every so often. But it's not enough for you to really care. You're practically flying a straight line. As long as you don't get hit, you're gonna still keep going. Silver has a gauge, but even now, you can still, get past pits you should be able to get past as Silver because of this. Because of the glitch of rapidly pressing A, so you use less power. Rouge is even worse. Rouge and Knuckles are both pretty bad about what I'm about to talk about, but Rouge is the worst because for some reason they made Rouge be able to fly longer than Knuckles. I don't know why they chose to do that, but they did. Rouge can skip entire stages because of this. She can fly past over pits, long distances, and skip entire areas that they intended for you to walk through. So what the fuck is the point? This is why you shouldn't have rehashed the levels. You should have made original levels for these characters who can skip parts. It's just laziness. Make some original fucking levels, you hacks! Amy's gameplay is pretty boring. All you really do is smack, but there's the smack stuff with a hammer. But the problem is that the hammer is delayed, like a quarter, like 2 seconds before she actually hits. So that's a problem. And for some reason they made Amy be able to turn it invisible. Now I don't know why they did that, but whatever. All right, I could deal with that. But another problem is that Amy has a double jump, which would be okay. But when you double jump, you lose all forward momentum. So it's really only good for getting high, not getting long distances. And that just pisses me off to no end. Because it could kill you sometimes because of that. Tails' gameplay is also kinda eh. Tails is slow, it's the first problem. He can fly too long and too fast, another problem, so you can skip areas. Once again. And he has a fake ring bomb. I hate this thing so much. The reason being is that it's a bomb. Why did you have to make it a fake ring bomb? That's annoying because they're fake rings, so you can't pick them up, so they're just in your way and they cause slowdown. There's already enough slowdown in the fucking game. You have to make these fake ring bombs, which get in my fucking way and make it more slowdown. Good freaking job! The last character gameplay I should talk about is Blaze, which may actually be the best out of everyone. I can actually stand to play as Blaze because her attacks are well done, actually. Not too bad. There's one that confuses me, but the attacks aren't too bad. They're good if you know how to use them. And she's faster than Sonic. What the fuck? Her animation is far, far faster. I don't know whether she's actually moving faster or it just looks that way. But to me, it looks like she's moving way faster than everyone else. And that kind of pisses me off, because Sonic should be moving just as fast. But no, they make Blaze the fastest character in the game. Good fucking job. The game also features a world map, much like Sonic Adventure did, which would have been good if, well, first of all, the world map looks like shit. It's the most graphically lacking in the entire game. First problem. Secondly, the world map's kind of pointless. It's slow paced. It's just I don't like it very much. And you do town missions. The town missions are annoying as hell because you go out to a person and you talk to them. Fine. You agree to do the mission. Load screen. Okay. They tell you about the mission. Load screen. Okay. You do the mission. Load screen. Okay. They thank you or say whatever they want to say after the mission, and they give you your rank. Then another fucking load screen. The load screens are ridiculous. There's 15-second load screens for like 5-second cutscenes, and that's not exaggerating. All the bosses have these, and the load screens on the town missions are ridiculous because you have to wait loading for each individual town mission. The load screens last, like, I've seen load screens last in upwards of 30 seconds. That's inexcusable! You don't do that! Ugh. So overall, I think you might understand why I kind of hate this game. While graphics are somewhat okay, there's a few flaws, but they're okay. And the sound is somewhat okay, once again. You have horrible shit gameplay, a broken physics engine, and glitches out your ears. Glitches everywhere, just everywhere. You just see glitches all over the place. I mean, they happen even if you're not looking for them. It's pathetic. I just can't believe that I mean, I was expecting a decent game. I really was. I was hoping for a good game. I saw the trailers. It looked good. But no. No, it wasn't a good game. It's a horrible game. Don't buy it. Don't even rent it. Don't even try it. It's a bad fucking game. It's one of the worst Sonic games ever. Ever. It's that bad. So, that's all I gotta say. I am done. Have a nice fucking day, everybody. Also, the moon shouldn't fucking be there! Now, I know I said I was gonna do my Sonic Shuffle review first, but I thought I'd take a moment and talk about this particular game, because this is a game that gets a lot of hate for no reason at all. Sonic the Hedgehog for the Sega Master System, not the Genesis version, the Master System version, is actually a fairly decent game that a lot of people don't seem to like for virtually no reason. Now, I will give the game this. It's very, very different from its Genesis counter, but it's by no means bad. Now, as you can see, the game looks pretty good for 8-bit. The graphics are nice, the music is a good rendition of the Green Hill theme from the original Sonic the Hedgehog on the Genesis. It's a pretty good game. The control is tight, and I kind of like it. The special stages are where things get a bit weird, because the special stages actually have nothing to do with the Chaos Emeralds. The goal of the special stages is to get to the television with the continue inside it, and you also get a couple extra lives in it if you're good at it. Now, obviously, this begs the question: how do you get the Chaos Emeralds? Well, the Chaos Emeralds are actually hidden in the different zones, and you have to find them. This was the first one I found, because it's obvious where it is, but it's kind of annoying to get, because what you actually have to do is stand on this collapsible bridge, let it fall, jump off of it, and then grab it. It's kind of an interesting twist, and I kind of like this in the game. Gives it a bit more of a challenge. Don't have a problem with it at all. And there's a few, and the other Chaos Emeralds are hidden in other places around the game, so, yeah, it's a pretty cool idea. It's a bit unique, don't have to go on the special stages to get the Chaos Emeralds. Odd, but different, not that bad. I like it. Another thing about the game that is kind of interesting is the bosses. First of all, much like you can compare it to Sonic 2 on the Game Gear, they don't give you any rings to fight the bosses. You have to fight them on your own without getting hit. It's a pretty interesting concept. I don't mind this. It makes it a bit harder, a bit more challenging, so I'll take that. this boss, for example, is kind of a prick, but if you follow an exact pattern, you can beat him very easily. And most bosses are like, bosses that I've fought in the game are like this. You follow an exact pattern, and you'll beat them pretty easily. Just bounce on him once! Only once. Don't do it twice, you'll phase through him. Bounce on him once, jump over the other ledge, jump up, then over almost immediately to dodge his projectiles, and keep repeating this until you beat him. Pretty straightforward. It's a decent boss fight. And I don't really too much to say about the bosses. My only gripe with the bosses is the boss music. The music in the game is pretty good, but the boss music just doesn't fit. And I think they could have gone with a bit more foreboding, you know, type sound to it, you know. Act 3 I felt worth mentioning specifically because it's a very unique level. It's a jungle level, which is kind of interesting. Sonic runs on tree vines and stuff. It's a pretty good level until you get to the second act. I hate the second act of this level. Holy shit! The problem with the act is that it suffers from Contra syndrome, where if you scroll the screen upwards along this waterfall, if you fall down, you die immediately and have to restart. This is a pain in the ass because there's certain parts of this level where if you scroll the screen up just a little bit, if you fall down, you still die. This is annoying as hell. I've had it where the ground is just below, and I mean just below where the screen cuts off, and I try to jump down to get a ring or something, and I die because it was just above where the ground is. This is just annoying and is my least favorite level in the game because of this issue. The boss of the jungle level is also kind of a prick. Eggman's flying around dropping these black balls after you, and you have to avoid them. They're a bit annoying because if you jump up and hit him when he drops them, Sonic will almost immediately bounce down and slam right into the ball, thus killing him instantly. That is a pretty good level, but I have one gripe with it. It has sort of a similar thing to the double spike bug. Because he moves so slowly underwater, if Sonic hits spikes, he's gonna fall downward underneath them, and he doesn't jump fast enough in order to get out of them before his invincibility time is up. So if you hit spikes, you're assumably dead because you can't escape them fast enough, and then you die. It's annoying as hell. The boss is pretty straightforward though. After Labyrinth, it's Scrap Brain, a fairly simple level, although you will get lost a lot, because the level is designed like a maze. Pretty interesting, confusing as hell, but it makes it a bit more challenging, so I kind of like that. Although there's no boss for Scrap Brain. Instead, you go on to a new stage, and I guess you fight the final boss. I wouldn't know, because I haven't reached the final boss yet in this game. The reason being is this game is a lot harder than any other Sonic game I've ever played. I kind of like this because it gives me a different challenge. If you've been playing Sonic games as long as I have, you'll find them to be easy now. But this game actually is kind of hard for me. And I like this. I like being challenged by a game. I like the game being a little bit mean. The game isn't very forgiving in some degrees, and it sort of reminds me of something else. What was it? Tails Sky Patrol, anyone? Okay, I'm gonna take back what I said about Tails Sky Patrol. I was wrong about Tails Sky Patrol. This game might be the most frustrating, most difficult game I have ever played. A training level! Over and over and over again! What the hell? What happened? Oh, come on! What was that? Bullshit! Oh, come on! I did it. Oh, my God. Yeah, I was wrong. Tails Sky Patrol isn't actually that bad of a game. It's actually a pretty good one. It's just extremely cruel. It's a lot like I Want to Be the Guy, which isn't a bad game either, by the way. These games are designed to be hard, and I kind of like this. Now, granted, Tails Sky Patrol is a lot meaner than say Sonic Master System, but Sonic Master System is still a challenging game. It's gonna give you a decent fun. If you're looking for a new challenge when it comes to Sonic, this is gonna be something you want to pick up. The game is available on virtual consoles under the Master System console selection. So if I were you, I'd go pick it up now. Give it a try. You may find that you like it. I would recommend this game. It's not that bad. Same thing goes for Tales of Sky Patrol. Not a bad game either. So that's all I have to say. Expect the Sonic Shuffle review soon, everyone. I'll see you later. Okay, so today I'm going to be reviewing a game called Sonic Spinball for the Sega Genesis. A very underrated game, I will say it right now. It is one of the most underrated games in history, in my opinion. A lot of reviewers really badger the game and just don't see it for what it is, I think. And I don't just say that because I'm a Sonic fan. I mean, I don't think they're seeing the big picture and what Sega was trying to do with this one. Well, I'll tell you the plot first. Essentially, the plot is that Sonic Dr. Robotnik is turning little animals into robots again, and Sonic has to go save them, and he has to go to the Vega Fortress, and as you could see just now, he gets knocked off the plane by a snot laser, I guess, whatever the hell that was, and now has to enter the fortress through the dreaded pinball defense system! Oh noes! How horrible! Yeah, not one of the better plots, Sonic Team. Yeah, you really entranced us this time. They didn't really do a whole lot better. But I guess given the way the game is played and how things go with it, you couldn't really come up with a good plot. Because what you're looking at right here, this is the game. This is essentially what you'll be doing. So coming up with a good plot for this, I guess, isn't really the best. I would applaud someone to come up with a good plot for this, because I honestly can't think of one. Well, so this is what you'll pretty much be doing the entire time. I mean, there's a few times when Sonic will be on foot, but most of the time you're going to be doing this, bouncing off walls and using the flippers, just like a pinball machine. And the physics for the pinball, Sonic, who acts as the ball, the physics work very well. Sonic, this is actually one of the first Sonic games to be, this might be the first now that I think about it. The first Sonic game developed completely in, by Sega of America, in America. So this isn't a Japanese Sonic game. That being said, they didn't spend a whole lot of time on the graphics, clearly. As you can see, the backgrounds look alright, but the enemies and the Sonic sprites and his animations are so poorly done. When he's running, you can just tell how choppy the animation is and just how it's really appalling when you see it. And I mean, I guess you can get past it because, you don't see him running that often. He's normally doing this, and they must have spent a lot of time on this because it does work very well. The idea of each stage is the first stage, as I believe I mentioned before, is to get all the Chaos Emeralds in each stage. How original. But given this is one of the first Sonic games, I'll let that go. But the odd thing here is there's three Chaos Emeralds in this stage. I think there are a total of 15 Chaos Emeralds in the entire game. 15! I'm not kidding. I think that's the number. It's around 15. It might be 17 or maybe a little less than 15, but I know it's way more than 7. I do know that. I don't know what kind of drug Sega of America was on, because it had already been, decided with Sonic 2 that there were 7 Chaos Emeralds. Then again, around this time, they had been changing the Chaos Emeralds for a while. I mean, because in the first Sonic game, there were only 6. Then they moved it up to 7. But from 7 to 15, it's kind of a steep jump, don't you think? I think this came out after Sonic 2. I might have to check it again. My memory could be wrong. Anyway. So, this is essentially what you have to do the entire time. There's a huge puzzle element to the game, which is kind of weird for a Sonic game. You don't really see, puzzle element in a Sonic game because Sonic games are developed around speed and ease of play. But this is a really hard game. This is one of the few Sonic games I've never beaten. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have never beaten this game. I don't think I've even seen the ending on YouTube or anything. I have never beaten the game. It's really hard, and I normally end up dying. I can make it to the fourth stage, but I cannot make it past the fourth stage. Good lord, the fourth stage is just suicide. I've seen the game beaten fairly. I know it's possible, but I get bored. Well, at the end of each stage, as standard for Sonic games, there's a boss. For this stage, it's a giant Eggman scorpion. Wow. A lot of people badger this boss, but this is the best boss in the entire game. Because, the second level is... There's 3 heads, or 4 heads, I believe, that you have to hit, and they throw up when you hit them. Eventually it explodes. The third boss is the machine that's turning the little animals into robots, and the final boss is Eggman himself. And this is what you do for this boss, is, get under his stinger, and Sonic will keep bouncing around. Eventually the stinger's going to come off, just like you just saw, and, then you have to bounce on top of him directly with Sonic. That's a bit hard to do because there's all these weird teleporters around you have to avoid. But it's not impossible. See, right now I'm doing it, eventually, after a few hits, bam, and then he explodes. There's 5 stages, but the final 5th stage is just the final boss, and there's technically no boss for the 4th stage. The 5th stage is the 4th stage's boss, I guess you could say. Because you're chasing Eggman's rocket, because after you destroy the machine that turns the little animals into robots, he escapes. And after each stage, there's these little bonus games, as you can see. It's basically just Sonic playing a pinball game with Dr. Eggman, or Dr. Robotnik if you prefer, scooting around or doing something or whatever. It depends on the game. This particular game is interesting to note. As you saw, that sprite right there, if you could see that, that's Sally. Sally Acorn. No shit. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm this is the only time you will see these characters in the Sonic game, with the exception of Tails, because he's in one of those pods too. Because, I don't know what Sega America was thinking. I guess they figured they should put those characters in the game. They don't play a part in the story at all. They don't appear at any other point. This is just a bonus game. This is the only time they ever appear in a Sonic game. Ever. Ever! Unless it's some sort of a hack game or a fan-based game. I believe there's one that has the characters in it. And I do know sprites for each of those characters exist. But this is the only time that they will appear in an official Sonic game. Why that is, I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I don't know why they chose to put them in the game. I guess they figured the characters would appear later in the Sonic franchise, which they don't, it turns out. I guess for some reason, I don't really know why they chose to do that, but this is the only time they'll ever appear. And, yeah. And the object of this is to free them all. I don't believe I will do this. Because of that. See that? Did you see that? The ball passed... Because the flippers are too far apart, because the ball, if it's hit right, which it normally is, will go straight in between them, and there's no way you can hit them. I know that sometimes happens in pinball, but it happens way too often during these games. I'm pretty sure these games were kind of thrown together. Of course, it happens during the actual game occasionally, but not nearly as often as the mini games. This is the second level, and suddenly the music gets such a downgrade. I didn't mention the music yet. The music in the first level is great. I love the music in the first level, but the rest of the music throughout the game just seems like it's trying too hard to be punkish rock that was popular during the time this game was put out. And it's just really irritating. And this level, see, like I just did, I died. Because it just, they multiply difficulty by such a large amount. It just becomes so hard, just immediately after the first level. The first level is relatively easy once you understand what you're supposed to do. But this level, just suddenly, I remember trying to play this level when I was young. It was so hard to do. I was having such a hard time. I did eventually do it, but, because of the puzzle element, it's really irritating. Now, and there's not much more to say. It's a very good game. It's hard, it's challenging, but it's definitely worth a play. You might like it, you might not, but I don't think it deserves what other reviewers have given it. So, till next time, see you later.
lot of bad games out there. I mean, you hear about them all the time. You know, there's the famous ones, the notorious ones like E.T., Superman 64, the Pac-Man for the Atari 2600, Action 52, you know them all. There's a certain type of shitty game, a certain type that comes without warning, and it's horrible. A game so bad that people don't even know its existence.
I think I found a game to go along with Sonic Labyrinth and Sonic R is the worst Sonic game I've ever freaking played in my entire freaking life! I mean, dear God, how did this end up on Sonic Gems Collection? Can someone tell me? Because I can't figure it out. This is an insult to the Genesis version of Sonic Spinball. Sonic Spinball on the Game Gear is a freaking joke! Now, as you can see, it starts out simple enough. Pretty standard, very much like the Genesis version. The only real difference is that is the type of plane that Tails is flying. Other than that, there's really no difference. And for some reason, Sonic chooses to jump off rather than being shot down as he was in the Genesis version. So, all seems okay. But as soon as you begin the game, you begin to notice a blatant problem. The controls are absolute crap! I mean, they are horrible! There's just so much wrong with the controls, I can't even begin to describe it. I mean, I understand there is limited amount of control. It's designed like a pinball game, and that was fine. That was fine in the Genesis version, but the controls are just... I can't describe them to you. You really would have to play to understand what I'm talking about. And the graphics. I know it's on Game Gear, but really, this doesn't look like what I would expect from Game Gear. It can do better than this. I know it can. Well, the graphics aren't terrible, but could you choose a different color besides purple and green and blue for Sonic? I mean, come on. Be a little bit more creative. I mean, seriously, you just get bored after a while, and I can't figure out what's going on, because the layout is completely different from the Genesis version, which wouldn't be a problem. It's just so freaking confusing, and what?! What the fuck happened there?! That was an invisible freaking wall! It's the same thing in Sonic Next Gen! What, this glitch started back on the Game Gear? Apparently Sega still has a problem with this glitch even today! An invisible wall? Are you shitting me? I mean, you saw that! Sonic didn't touch anything but air! At least visually he didn't. Apparently there's magical walls in this game. What the fuck?! This is freaking ridiculous. That's the other problem. Frequent glitches. They're just everywhere. It's absolutely insane. And of course you are finding the Chaos Emeralds. And once you get all three of them, you get your well-deserved boss fight. And what will you be fighting this game? A horrible, evil menace as Dr. Robotnik put out to face Sonic this time. It's... What the fuck is that? All that is Dr. Robotnik's head in robot form. This is a joke! Let's speed this up for a second just to prove my point. I mean, look at this. I mean, and plus, there's another problem. He takes 5 hits. That's it. The boss is a joke. A freaking joke. Come on, Sega! Oh, a bonus stage. Well, hopefully the bonus stage will be a little bit better. Just a little bit, that's all I'm asking. Oh, crap. Problem number 1! It's not pinball anymore for some fucking reason. Which I guess isn't really that big a deal, but the bonus stage is just boring. There's no entertainment value you in this bonus stage. It goes on for a ridiculous amount of time. All you gotta do is open up these capsules and there'll be prizes inside, like extra rings or an extra continue, whatever it may be. And it goes on for so long, you can get a ridiculous amount of bonuses before the game is actually done. So it's flawed on that level. Moving on! You get to the second level, which is almost exactly like the Genesis version. I mean, literally, you go in and it looks virtually no different. At this point, shut the fucking game off! Trust me, you'll be a lot happier. I'm done! Have a nice fucking day! God damn it, Sega! Sonic Shuffle is probably the most underrated Sonic game in existence, and before I begin the actual review, let me clarify something. Just because a game rips off something does not automatically mean it's bad. Sonic Shuffle is commonly coined as being a Mario Party ripoff. Thank you, Nintendo fanboys, for pointing out the obvious. But apparently this automatically makes the game a horrible, horrible game, which is completely untrue. It's not that bad of a game. Before I even start going over the actual gameplay, let me explain the plot. The plot is that Sonic and his friends have been stuck in, got sucked into this place called Imaginary World, and have to help this fairy Lumina save the world from the ultimate destruction because the villain in the game, Void, has destroyed the Precious Stone, which controls Imaginary World, and captured the goddess Illumina, and you have to save it. The plot's really stupid, okay? I will say that. The plot is not one of the better plots. It's kind of dumb, but it's a party game, so I'm not really looking for a good plot. I don't play party games for the plot. I play it for fun activities with friends. So I don't really mind that the plot is incredibly dumb. Plus, you shouldn't be playing this game on single player in the first place. Now, the plot is going to be described with a set of cutscenes, and I will say this right now, the cutscenes suck. The graphics of the game are horrible. They tried to go for a cel shading style, but it just doesn't work here. The characters talk like sock puppets, their mouths look weird, the animations are bad, the design is bad, the textures are bad. The graphics just don't work outside of the pre-rendered cinematics, like the intro and a couple cutscenes in between. But what you're going to be seeing most of, the graphics are not good. I will say that. Now, the actual gameplay is a bit better than the plot. Now, you have your... now, the game is controlled by cards. Each character is dealt a hand of cards at the beginning of each match, and the cards... there's 4 of each card with the exception of 2 different types of cards. There's cards 1 through 6, there's 3 special cards, and then there's the Eggman card. Now, cards 1 through 6 are obvious. That means you move the amount of spaces that's on the card. The special cards will start a roulette, which will allow you to pick what number of spaces you want to move, up to 7 with the special card, or you could switch your cards to the other player, and there's something else you can do. You can discard one of the other player's cards, I think it was. I don't really know. No one ever used the other 2 options. Everyone always uses the roulette, so it really doesn't matter. The Eggman card will do something horrible, never ever pick it. Now, there's obviously mini-games in the game, otherwise it wouldn't be much fun. Minigames are activated with a set of certain spaces. But the problem with single player is highlighted in the minigames. There's a huge issue I have with single player, and that is because the computer AI is not balanced at all. They are either brutally hard to face or they're ridiculously easy. And speaking of bad AI, the Chow in this game is fucking evil. Some of the characters seem smarter than others, and the Chow is pure evil. I'm telling you, that Chow is gonna wreck you. Some of the minigames are hard as hell because the AI is like a god at it, and you can't beat the AI sometimes. I mean, you can, but it's almost impossible in some instances. The AI also seems to have the ability to pick the card it exactly needs at that moment, no matter what. If an AI needs a certain card, it's gonna pick it. It's gonna find the card in another opponent's hand, because you can pick an opponent's card and be able to use it. And on the flip side of them being able to kill you in the mini games and being able to pick the exact card they need from your hand or another computer's hands, the one they need all the time, they also have there's also times when they will be ridiculously stupid. They will do the stupidest things, like pick a 1 card to fight a level 2 boss or battle a level 2 monster, or pick a 2 card to fight a 2 and then get the 1 in the roulette. They do really retarded things. I have seen computers go the opposite direction of where the precious stone is. The computers also have a tendency to pick the Eggman card, which is a bad thing for almost everyone. In some instances, the Eggman card starts a roulette, which will choose some evil invention for him to do. Usually it's something horrible to the person that chooses it, but sometimes he'll put everyone on a random space. It's annoying as hell when they do that, because the Eggman card is really irritating, and you almost never want to touch it. I mentioned the battles. They're an interesting part of the game. The battles start when you choose a precious stone and land in a battle space. There's a card above a monster's head, and there's a number on it. So you have to pick a card the same or higher than that number. And once you pick a card, it's going to start a roulette, and you have to land it on the number you need. The mini events will also appear randomly if you land on a mini game space. They're pretty pointless most of the time, and for some reason the computers are also really good at them. If it's a question mini event, or sometimes something random will happen. The mini events are very random, and they're kind of pointless, and I really don't like them. But they're an interesting idea, I guess. I don't mind them too much. I just prefer a mini game when I land on a mini game space. Each character in the game also has their own unique ability, with the exception of the child that doesn't have the ability, which is why I think they made its AI retardedly annoying. Sonic's is if you pick 2 cards in the same 2 turns, the same numbered card, the second time it'll be doubled. So if you pick a 2 the first time and a 2 the second time, the next one will be 4. The problem with his is it sometimes will screw you over and go and like say you need 4 spaces and you have 2 2s. You can't do it because you can't choose not to use the ability. Tails, Knuckles, and Amy have certain spaces in the map that only they can cross. Biggs is weird. If you pick a 6 card, you can hit the A button and select any space in between the space you're standing on and the 6 space away, so you can land on pretty much any space within 6 spaces. Gamma can't be hurt by lose ring spaces, and like I said, the Chow does nothing. And Super Sonic is the same as regular Sonic. Another thing that drives me crazy about the mini-games is, like I said, the AI will kill you in some of the mini-games. Some of the mini-games are the stupidest mini-games in the world, because they're either luck-based, or they are these stupid mini-games where you have to hit the right button. And the computers are really, really good at this in single-player. I don't know why this is. These minigames are just annoying, and they go on for too long when you're facing a computer because they won't lose, they won't die. Although honestly, there are only like 3 minigames like this, and the luck-based minigames are also few and far between. Most of the minigames are actually a lot of fun. I like most of the minigames in the game, and I have a couple personal favorites, like one where you shoot each other with tanks and such. But another issue, minor issue I have with the game is there's no minigame selection on the main menu. You have to get lucky and get a favorite minigame while you're playing the actual game. You can't play just the minigames. And I know Mario Party had a feature like that, which I thought was cool, and I like that. But this game doesn't. I don't know why they didn't think to put that in, because it would have been a great idea. Last thing I want to mention are the duels. This will happen in multiplayer when 2 players land on the same space. Basically, it's either you have to have a higher number or a lower number than them, and you do this by going along a wall and getting cards, either sending cards over to them or taking cards. Some cards will subtract the total number, and the Eggman card will reduce your amount to 0 or increase your amount to 0 if you're in negatives. And the duels are okay. They're kind of pointless, but they're kind of interesting. Overall, I've pretty much gone over every piece of the game and every issue I have with it. The game is mediocre. I like it, but I won't say it's flawless by any means. The game, don't play the game in single player. It's hard as hell and not worth your time because if you care, you shouldn't really care at all about the plot, to be honest. I mean, if you want to know the plot, go ahead and play single player. A lot of reviewers I noticed say the single player is impossible because of the computer AI. They can go fuck themselves because I beat this game. It is not impossible. But it may not be worth it. If you're playing on multiplayer with a group of friends, or even with like 1 or 2 computers, it's going to be a blast. You're going to love this game. It's a great party game, and I like it for that. I just really think the game has always been so underrated because everyone just classifies it as oh, it's just a stupid Mario Party ripoff. Because apparently, Mario Party is the only party game allowed. Oh no other board-based party games. That's forbidden. You can't have another board-based party game. That would be bad. It's just stupid to think that just because a game is a ripoff of something, that's automatically bad. That's stupid logic. Really stupid logic. I'm done. Have a nice fucking day. And next up, we'll see what I think of Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, another underrated game. Sonic Riders Zero Gravity is yet another game that gets bashed for really no reason at all. Now, I won't say by any means this game is perfect. It has its flaws, but most of the flaws that are actually talked about in terms of a lot of reviews I've seen of it aren't even there. Most of the complaints that I see have to do with the controls or the story, both of which I have a remedy for. First, I want to talk about the story. The story is that there's these meteorites that look like rings, and they have the power to control gravity, and they're called like arcs of the cosmos or something of that nature. The storyline's really weird, and I don't really have too many complaints with it. It doesn't have to do with the Chaos Emeralds for once, which is nice. I like that I don't have to worry about the fucking Chaos Emeralds again. Now, but a lot of people think the story is stupid. I don't agree at all. It's not that bad of a story. It's not a good one, but it's a racing game, so the storyline really doesn't matter. My only real complaint when it comes to the story is there are certain parts of the game where the storyline gets a bit messed up. Like, for example, there's a part in the game where you have to rescue Amy. And to rescue Amy, I guess what they do is do 3 laps around a track. I don't know how that makes sense. It's really stupid, and I really wish they would have implemented the story better with the gameplay. But once again, the storyline isn't that big a deal and shouldn't even be a major complaint with the game. Now, what about the gameplay? Well, like I said, the controls are another thing that get bitched about. A lot! For some reason, people love to talk about how horrible the controls are, and how the game is shitty because of the controls, and you can't get around turns and such. The controls aren't that bad if you know what you're doing. First of all, do not use the GameCube controller. You will be bored out of your mind if you use that damn GameCube controller. Don't fucking do it. It'll be just like the old Riders, and it'll just be boring as hell. Use the Wiimote. Now, most of you are saying, but the motion controls suck. No, they don't. First of all, you don't even have to use the motion controls. When you're holding the Wiimote horizontally, you can use the D-pad to accelerate and decelerate as well as turn, and use the other buttons for whatever function they hold. Now, granted, you can use the motion controls to accelerate and decelerate, do the same thing. I don't recommend doing that. I recommend doing one of two things. Either use the D-pad to accelerate and decelerate and use the Wiimote only for turning purposes, or the motion controls only for turning purposes, or use the D-pad for turning and accelerating and decelerating, and only use the Wiimote motion controls to control the gravity powers. The gravity powers are another interesting part of the gameplay. They are another thing that don't seem to be mentioned in any of the reviews I've seen of it. The reason you can't get around some turns is that you need to use the gravity boost to get around the turn. That's why there is a visual prompt that tells you that you should use the gravity boost to get around this turn. No one seems to mention this, and they say you can't turn around this turn. Yeah, you can if you use the fucking gravity boost like you're supposed to. I cannot believe that no one mentions this. and the game is a lot of fun if you know how to use the gravity powers. Another thing is the gravity, what I like to call the gravity burst. I don't know the proper names of either of these moves. The gravity boost is the one where you can turn in midair and you boost. The gravity burst, as I call it, is where you fly up in the air and you basically zoom off in one direction. And the thing that's really awesome about this is you can ricochet off objects. You can grind along them and get a tremendous amount of speed going from this. And again, something else no one ever mentions. This is awesome. I like this. The gravity abilities are well implemented. You control yourself in midair. It works. And again, no one mentions it. Another part of the gameplay is the ability to level up your gears. The board and such. There are 3 main level ups. There's in most of the gears. There's a few exceptions, but most of those gears that are exceptions are the ones that are bought in the shop. The level ups are either you get a speed boost, you get a character ability, depending on what type of character you're playing as, speed, fly, or strength. Or you can get a gravity gauge power up. There is a gravity gauge here for your gravity abilities. And it replaces the retarded air gauge, which was in the last fucking game that I hated. I don't mind the gravity gauge, it makes sense. Now, these abilities are unlocked by getting a certain number of rings. You can unlock abilities in any order, but each ability needs a certain number of rings, and once you get the ability, it reduces that amount of rings that it requires. So there's more strategy to building your gear during the race. It makes the race more interesting and gives you a fun factor to it. And as for the look of the game, well, the cinematics look amazing. And the in-game cinematics and the actual gameplay, it doesn't look too bad. There are a couple minor flaws, but mostly the graphics look pretty good. I like the style of the game. Plus, the lip syncing is dead on, which is a problem that a lot of 3D Sonic games suffer from: bad lip syncing. And there's no problem with that here. The lip syncing is really great. I won't say the game, like I said, the game isn't flawless. There are a few issues. The control, while it's not as bad as everyone says it is, there's still a couple issues I have with it. The turning, it's not as bad as everyone says it is, but there's still a couple minor issues with it. In a sense that you don't seem to turn as tight as you should in some respects. It's not so bad that it breaks the game, but it takes some getting used to. There's also another glitch I noticed with the game. Sometimes if you use the boost at a certain point, you will phase through the floor and fall. I've seen this happen on 2 separate occasions. I've never seen the glitch happen before that, but I thought it'd be worth mentioning because it's slightly irritating when you're trying to use your boost to get up some speed, and all of a sudden you phase through a fucking wall and fall. Now, this only seems to happen if you're facing towards a hill. So I guess it's just a glitch within the game that never picked up. So I've covered how the gameplay isn't as bad as everyone says. I covered how the graphics are decent. What about the sound? The music is pretty good. Nothing too memorable, but the music actually changes as you use your gravity abilities, which I think is a cool thing. And the game sounds pretty good. Most of the music is pretty good, and I like it. The voice acting is okay. I have a minor issue, and that's Jet's voice. Why does he still sound like this? He sounds like he's squawking. I know he's a bird, but he's a hawk, not a chicken. Why does he sound like he's fucking squawking? But other than that, the voices are actually pretty good. Jason Griffith is getting better with Sonic. I'm sick of people complaining about him. He's getting better. Stop it. The gameplay is what matters here. And the gameplay at Zero Gravity is innovative, and it gives you a fun factor. It's not perfect, but I kind of like it. And there's a few other features with the game. There's obviously a 2-player mode, and there's some unlockable characters. You can use Eggman, you can get Cream, you can get Rouge and Shadow, and you could also get Silver. Why are you here? I don't want to see him in this game. I really don't like this character. He really shouldn't be here. But you know what? I'll let that go, because at least he doesn't play a part in the main story like in Rivals 2. Oh my god, it made no sense that he was in the fucking story in there, but at least he doesn't play a part in the main story. He's just an unlockable character. I can deal with that. Blaze is also here, and there's a few other characters I haven't unlocked myself, so, you know, I'll leave those up to a sort of mystery. The shop is also a bit better in this game. One of my main beefs with the original Sonic Riders shop was that there were several gears that looked the same but had different abilities in terms of their specs and their traits and everything, and they were just recolors of each other. It was stupid. There was no originality about it. Here, almost every single gear, as far as I can tell, is a completely original design. Some look similar, but they aren't exact duplicates of each other, just recolored. So Sega put some time into making the shop. So it's a little interesting. You have to buy them with rings, obviously. It's a pretty good deal. And another thing that's never ever mentioned is there is Wi-Fi in the game. Yeah, Sega actually took the time to give you Wi-Fi, although it's not what you would expect. What the Wi-Fi is that you can record a ghost race of you racing a certain track, and you can download other people's ghost race and race against them. Now, that sounds stupid, and to a certain extent, I would have preferred a live race feature. It would have been much better. But this isn't so bad. I mean, this eliminates the issue with lag that the Wii has been having in terms of it online. And no other developer that I've seen besides Sega and Nintendo had taken advantage of the Wii's Wi-Fi to an extent. And it's nice to see that Sega has taken the time to try to do something. So I don't mind. I mean, I don't mind the extra feature. It's nice to be able to, put out your own ghost races and have people race against them. See how good you are. I'm ranked like 8,000 something. There's some people who are like gods at this game. I tried racing against ranked 1 on one of these tracks. Holy shit! You can get really good at this game. The last thing I want to mention about the game is that there is a learning curve. The game is not something you're going to be able to pick up and play. You have to give it time, and no one seems to be willing to do that. I strongly recommend giving this game a rental and see if you like it. If you like it, buy it. It's one of the best 3D Sonic games I've played in a long while. It and Secret Rings, and it's kind of funny that the Wii has 2 of the better Sonic games on it, and the 360 and the PS3 are still stuck with Sonic Next Gen, which is a piece of shit. That's all I really gotta say about it. It's a good game. I strongly recommend it. I'm done. Have a nice fucking day.
No turning back, we are born to dream in a world full of sin where we never could reach. Every time makes on a win I've been like blah, just the blow you see. One mind, two, all stuck in divinity. All tail, winkler, heaven sent a Jesse, and scream, rush, tweak.
Oh my god! Please turn it off! Please, it's been 3 days! Or has it been 3 days? How long has it been? I don't remember! I've been forced to play this for so long! With the music playing in the background! Make it go away! Make it stop! Someone kill me! Please, someone kill me! Oh my god, what do we want to play now? He's selecting it for me! The tail's losing control! Oh god! Not Radical City again! Please! Have mercy! Don't make me play it anymore! Don't make me play it! What do you mean I have to start reviewing the game? What do you mean I need to stop my bitching and just review the game? Or you'll suck out my soul! Please have mercy on my details now! Don't kill me! I'll review it! Sonic R! It's so wonderful! I love Sonic R! This is the greatest game of all time! I swear! Don't you just love these graphics? How everything's so blocky? Just terrible? And listen to the music! It's Europop! Everyone loves Europop, right? I know I do! The controls are just so wonderful! I love how you can't turn or anything like that! After all, turning is for the weak! No one needs to turn anymore! Everyone goes on and on and on through the goddamn race! The racing is so generic and unoriginal and I can't stand it anymore! The controls are terrible! The fucking freaking music keeps playing in the fucking background! I'm about to lose my goddamn mind! Someone turn on the fucking music! I swear to God! If I play it for 3 more goddamn seconds! 3 more fucking seconds! I am gonna go nuts! Turn it off! Did you hear me, motherfucker? I said get on my street and turn it off! Thank you! How did you hear your bullshit? That's right! I'm talking to you! Now it ends! Sonic R has got to be the worst fucking Sonic game I've ever played in my entire life! what this shit is nothing but a generic racer with nothing original about it in the slightest. I already brought up the controls. The controls are the worst controls I've had to deal with in any racer known to man. Why the hell can't I turn? Why can't I turn? Someone explain that to me! I'm running around, trying to turn around a tight corner. Will Sonic turn? No! Fuck no! It doesn't let you. I think I recall in my last review, it's never been proven before that apparently Sonic can turn on a dime. I mean, we've never seen that before in our entire life! Who the hell was this? And as for the characters, we have Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and Dr. Robotnik. You also have a few other characters, like Mecha Knuckles, and the Eggman Robo, and of course the fucking Tails doll, along with Metal Sonic and Super Sonic. Do these characters sound original to you? They're just mecha forms of the other characters. What happened to, I don't know, Fang? Fang the Sniper, or Knack, if you want to call him that, or the Chaotix. What happened to them? Where the hell were they when they made this game? Where were their brains? Do they have brains? I don't think so! Anyway, I brought up the music, and the music is perhaps the most annoying, crappy shit I've ever heard in my entire goddamn life. Going around, listening to this crap, playing in your ear. I mean, with songs like Can You Feel the Sunshine and Living in the City and Supersonic Racing, does that sound like fun to listen to? Fuck no! It's a pain in the ass to listen to. It will make your ears bleed! I apologize for the screaming, but as you can hear in my voice, I am fed up with this shit! A lot of you have defended this game, and with all due respect, I hate this game so fucking much! And it's not because I suck at it. No. In fact, when you think about it, the controls are really bad, but there's another griping issue. The fact that the game is too easy! That's right, too easy. You don't even have to stay on the goddamn track. You can run around all over the place. Meaning you can make shortcuts for yourself. Shortcuts for yourself! This is the stupidest concept in the entire world. Why doesn't it make you stay on the track, or at least give you the option to take certain shortcuts? It makes the game too easy, especially when you're a character like the Tails doll or Eggman, who happen to be able to float over water. That's the cheapest thing in the entire world. Of course, the AI barely ever does this, because the AI is the most retarded AI in the entire universe. The only smart one is Supersonic, and that's another issue. If you are playing against Supersonic, he will kick your ass! Well, no, not necessarily. It depends what map and what character you're playing. Like, for example, I have beaten Supersonic with, say, Metal Sonic, or regular Sonic. Well, no, not regular Sonic, because that's another issue. The fact is, the characters are always set up in the same way. It starts with the first 5 characters. It's separated into 2 groups, the first 5 characters and the last 5 characters. If you play as any of the first 5 characters, meaning Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, or Dr. Robotnik, the AIs will be either Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and Robotnik. If you play as the other 5, the AIs will be one of them. So it's always set. So if you play as Metal Sonic, the Tails doll, Mecha Knuckles, or the Eggman Robo, you will always be racing against Supersonic. And the Tails doll, especially on the map you're looking at right now, which is the Radiant Emerald, it is impossible to beat him. I swear to God. I don't care what kind of gamer you are. I spent 3 damn hours trying to beat Metal Sonic on Radiant Emerald with the Tails doll, and it is impossible. I took every known combination, got every single ring. I couldn't do it. Don't even try. Or if someone can do it, I want to see fucking proof. Oh my god, the multiplayer isn't even that good. There's only 5 fucking tracks to select from. Give us more variety! And as for the unlockable characters, the maps have coins in them. You collect all 5 coins in each map, which tend to be scattered around, so you have to go off the track to find them. It will allow you to, play as one of the characters, as one of the unlockable characters. And also scattered around each fucking map are one of the Chaos Emeralds. Collect all 7, and you get Supersonic. Collecting the Chaos Emeralds again. Where have I seen this before? Oh, in minus Sonic CD, practically every single Sonic game before this! point, they should be coming out with more of an original concept regarding plot. You want to hear the plot? Apparently, Sonic and Tails were running along, ran into a sign that offered a race for the Chaos Emeralds. Sonic notices that Dr. Robotnik is participating, so he runs off to join the race. This is the stupidest idea in the entire world! A race for the Chaos Emeralds? Are you shitting me? Who came up with that? That is the dumbest plot I've ever heard. There's not a variety in characters. There's no plot here. And as for the graphics, well, you know, the graphics is the one thing I might not be able to harp on. Because considering it was on the Sega Saturn, the graphics aren't too shitty. I mean, Knights looked better in my opinion, but this game does look a bit better than Panzer Dragoon did. I'm not saying Panzer Dragoon's a bad game because it has a lot better gameplay than this, but as far as graphics goes, the game isn't that terrible. I mean, it looks alright, I guess. There's even atmospheric conditions, which happen to be completely random! That's right, the atmospheric conditions are random! You can't choose as far as atmospheric conditions goes. And the multiplayer, we have a standard race, tag, which I guess is kind of interesting, and collect the balloons. And the balloons are always in places where you can never get to them. Well, you can get to them, but it's too damn hard. I swear. It just... Oh, what did they do? This is all they have to offer in terms of the Sega Saturn. This is the only original Sonic game for the Sega Saturn. Well, besides Sonic 3D Blast, but that was available on the Sega Genesis. And that game wasn't that good either. The game's just a waste of goddamn time. Never, ever find yourself playing this game. Never! I'm done! Have a nice fucking day!
Come on now, race! Everybody supersonic racing. Try to keep your feet right on the ground. When you're supersonic racing, there's no time to look around. We're just supersonic racing, running to the point of no return.
Good God! If it isn't Sonic R, this is definitely the worst Sonic game ever made. Sonic Labyrinth for the Game Gear does rival Sonic R in terms of its shittiness. Let me give you the plot of this one first. The plot is that Dr. Robotnik has stolen Sonic's speed shoes, and now Sonic must go through the labyrinth. Dr. Eggman, Robotnik, whatever the hell you want to call him, both names are right. His labyrinth of doom or something to that effect. I really don't remember the specifics. All I know is that Dr. Robotnik has stolen his Sonic's speed shoes. What this means is that Sonic is no longer fast. So basically, what Sega has done with this one is made a Sonic game where they take away the point of playing a Sonic game. Yes, I know that makes no sense. I really don't know what the fuck they were on with this one, but I don't want to smoke any of it, cause it'll apparently makes you insane. Because this game is terrible. Why do you play a Sonic game? To run really, really fast. What do you do in this game? You walk really, really slow. This is stupid! That's the only way I could possibly describe it. I don't understand it. I mean, oh my god. In the next-gen Sonic game, at least Sonic moves at a reasonable speed. He's still pretty goddamn slow, but compared to Sonic Labyrinth, he was really moving. I mean, at least they tried to make him fast to a certain extent. Sonic Labyrinth, they take away the point of playing a Sonic game! Why? Why would they do that? Ugh. Well, getting into the game, The game doesn't look half bad. The graphics are decent. As for music, I'm not even going to bother playing any for you, for the simple reason that, honestly, I hated the music. It wasn't horrible, but it was just... Anyway, the point of the game is to go around each labyrinth and collect 3 different keys in order to unlock the door. So basically what we have here is a collect-a-thon. What fun! And instead of collecting rings to lose health, you collect the keys. If you get hit without a key, I guess you die. And yeah, it's, oh my god, I beat the first zone. The zones are relatively easy as long as you know where all the keys are. Wait a minute. 605 kilometers an hour? That was my speed? What the fuck are they on? There is no way I was moving that fast! Unless kilometers happen to be far a lower speed measure than I originally projected, this is completely off. Now, I assume this is some sort of weird gimmick to tell you, you know, the score, and sort of how fast you went in some sort of weird way, but I hate it only because it seems to be mocking us in the sense that we know we're not moving fast. Now, you can't even jump. To destroy enemies, you have to use the spin dash. And oh my god, the spin dash is such a pain in the ass to use in this game. Hold down any of the buttons, you use the spin dash. Now, you have to use the spin dash to get up hills, because apparently Sonic is incapable of walking up hills. This is stupid to me. And by the third act, you just feel like turning the Game Gear off. Because, I swear to God, this game is just so boring! Zero Wing was more entertaining than this. You heard me! I said it, and it's true! Go on! I dare you. Get a Game Gear emulator and play this game. See how long you last. I don't think you're going to last very long. There are 3 acts and then a boss stage. And this is how the first boss stage starts out. You're hurtling down a hill at Mach speeds trying to collect rings and avoid glass panes. That's right. You're avoiding panes of glass. What the fuck?! I just get hit once. See, were they... What the fuck were they on? I don't understand. I don't think... Were they... What drug must one take in order to make a game like this? This is like... I don't know what to compare it to, because it's just so insane that I can't even begin to describe it. Oh my god. And this is the first boss stage. It starts out with the little minions. And it was at this point I realized, well, coming up here very, very shortly, I will realize, oh wait! The rings don't help you a lot in this game. You see, apparently, no matter how many rings you get, you will only take 2 hits. You'll lose all your rings, you can't get any of them back, and then another hit, you're dead. So, it doesn't matter if you have 1 or 1,000 rings. You will die in 2 hits. This is annoying! And plus this boss is just stupid because you're not fighting Dr. Robotnik, you're fighting some weird dragon thing. And this weird dragon thing happens to be a pain in the ass, by the way. Only because he's just so difficult to hit because of the way the game has to be played, and just overall it's just stupid. And what do you get after you beat a boss? You get one of the Chaos Emeralds. Ah ha ha! We haven't seen this plot before! Now, I know that this is an older Sonic game, but even so, the time this game came out, at this point they should have had some different plot elements besides, oh, you have to collect the Chaos Emeralds. Oh wait, Sonic has to collect the Chaos Emeralds. Why does he keep losing them? Now this is the second stage, well, second main stage in the first act, and by this time, just shut off your Game Gear. There is no point in playing this game. It's a waste of your time. I'm done. Have a nice fucking day! Ugh! begin this review and dwell into the actual game of Shadow the Hedgehog, I have to point something out to a few people. Several of you have taken it upon yourselves to point out to me that, oh, Darkness, you're reviewing the wrong version of this game because the GameCube version is like so much better than the PS2 version. Now, I have never owned the GameCube version. I own the PS2 version. However, I have had the courtesy of playing the GameCube version quite a bit. And guess what, people? The GameCube and the PS2 versions, they're the same fucking game! I see no blatant difference in terms of the actual gameplay, the music, the graphics, nothing! They're the same! There's one difference that's been pointed out to me. One single difference that wasn't even on my list of complaints with the game. Then that is, when there's a lot of stuff on the screen, the frame rate lags a bit. It's not even that big a deal, and I actually could ignore that. I have so many more issues with the game, and these issues appear in both the GameCube version and the PS2 version. Just because I don't own the GameCube version doesn't mean I haven't played it, and does not mean that I don't know it's the same piece of shit that it is on the PS2. Granted, I never played the Xbox version, so maybe that's a lot worse. But hey, you people seem to think the GameCube version is so much better. It's not! But let's not dwell into that anymore. Let's move on! Now, to start out this review, I figured we'd go over the opening cutscene first, because there's a lot to discuss in terms of the cutscene. Because it seems to really hype up the game to be more than what it is. I mean, if you look at it, it looks pretty cool at first. I mean, seriously, this does look really awesome, I will admit that, and wait a second. Why is the moon there? Didn't Eggman just... You know what, never mind. I'm not even gonna dwell into that. That's just a small technical thing that really should not be there, because Eggman destroyed the moon in Sonic Adventure 2, but whatever. I'm still at a mystery as to why Shadow is riding a motorcycle. It's really odd to me as to why he needs vehicles or weaponry. But, as I said before, the opening cutscene hypes up everything. It just shows you all this stuff that makes the game look like it's gonna be so cool. But the problem is, this is a big lie. It's all a lie. It's just like Sonic Next Gen. Granted, this game is better than Sonic Next Gen, but even so. Now, I will say this. The cinematic graphics of this game look absolutely extraordinary. I mean, seriously, look at this cutscene. You can see the individual blades of grass. That's how detailed they were with these cinematics, and I do like the game for this. They spent a lot of time on this, but the problem is they let everything else go to waste. Because once you start the game, you quickly begin to realize that something is very, very wrong. The in-game graphics look like absolute shit. In its purest form. I mean, the textures are bland. Shadow looks shiny for some reason, and just everything about it looks really bad. And let's go into the controls. We've already said the graphics are bad in-game. The controls are horrible, brutal, just absolutely atrocious the way you have to control him. He just feels slippery the entire time. You're skating around like a friggin' lunatic, and you can barely control where he goes. Plus, another problem is whenever you run, he runs at the same speed, no matter whether you're going uphill, downhill. The only time he'll change speed is if A, you stop, or B, you hit a boost pad. Every other time, he's running the same exact speed, and he goes off at like Mach 2 instantly when you press the analog stick forward. There's no speed up time, and this can be very disorienting if you're starting the game out for the first time. I know it was disorienting for me. It's really fucked up. Now, the gameplay, as far as, you know, what you do, there are 3 missions in most of the levels, 2 in some of them. And you have to select which mission you're going to do. One of the key points of Shadow the Hedgehog was that you'd be able to select Shadow's path. And there are quite a lot of endings. There's quite a bit of replay value if you care at all about the story. And that's why a lot of people play. That's why I was playing it, I can tell you that much. Because I sure as hell wasn't playing it for the stupid-ass gameplay. It's just so bad with the gameplay. And some of the missions they have you do are absolutely ridiculous. The first level is an example already. This is the first level. Both missions, other than the neutral mission, which is get the chaos, straightforward. Neutral traditional missions are always just get to the end of the level. Whether it be a Chaos Emerald there or not. But the good mission with Sonic or the bad mission with Black Doom. With Sonic, you have to kill all the black arms, which are your enemies in the game. Not your enemies. Actually, I take that back, because no matter which side you're on, whether you're helping Sonic, whether you're helping Black Arms, or anyone else for that matter, all the enemies, gun and Black Arms alike, will always attack you for no reason, even if you're helping them. So, there's no point in not destroying all the enemies. In some areas, you have to destroy some enemies, even if you're helping them. The game just doesn't make any sense in terms of choosing your own path, because you're going to end up killing all the enemies anyway. It makes no sense. And as I said, back to the missions. You have to fucking... These first two missions, you have to kill every single enemy. Whether Black Arms for Sonic and the gun soldiers for Black Doom, you have to kill all of them in the game. What the fuck? There is no reason for such a stupid mission, and that's not even the worst of it. Let's move on to some other retarded mission they have to do. There's a mission with Tails where you have to, get this, you have to collect rings! And the rings! They couldn't come up with anything better than that? Be a bit more creative, Sega! Seriously! I mean, granted, some of the missions are a bit creative, but most of them are either repeated from past levels, or they're just plain retarded. And speaking of levels, some of these levels are so brutal in terms of their design, I can't even begin to describe it. This city level is perhaps the worst level in the game, for two main reasons. Reason number one, the missions they have you do. Black Doom wants you to detonate 5 giant bombs to destroy the city. Knuckles wants you to get rid of all these little bombs in the city to prevent the city from being destroyed. Both of which are really dumb and really annoying for the reason that besides the fact you're fighting the controls all the way doing these, you have to figure out what they want you to do, and Knuckles doesn't like to explain stuff to you for some reason. And the other reason is that this level is so poorly designed. I mean, you skate around all over the place, run, shoot, do all this stupid shit, and then you end up back at the same place you just fucking were 2 minutes ago! This level you can actually accidentally backtrack. There is no excuse for such a stupid thing in a level. I cannot believe it! Shadow has several modes of attack in the game. You already know about the guns, which we'll go over in a second. But one thing I want to discuss is his melee attacks. He has the homing attack, obviously, but one of his things is that there's a melee move you can use to punch and kick your opponents. This is the most useless thing in the entire game. Well, no, not quite as useless as the vehicles, which are far, far worse. But the melee attack, there's just no point in using it when you already have the homing attack. I mean, if they made it decent and deliver a lot of damage, yeah, it'd be useful. But the problem is that it delivers almost no damage, and there's no reason you would ever use it unless you're bored out of your mind. There's also vehicles in the game, most of which serve only to waste your time. There is no reason for these. They control like shit. Their only use is to avoid taking damage while you run into everything. And I mean everything, because controlling these vehicles is just so fucking horrible. There's no point. There's only a couple vehicles that serve any use. This walker is one of them, as it allows you to jump ridiculously high. And that does add to the platforming aspect of the level. So this is an interesting part, but everything else is pretty much useless except the birds, which are, again, another interesting part of the gameplay, I guess. But regardless, the majority of the vehicles, the standard cars you run into and the motorcycles, are completely pointless. The game did do one thing in terms of the combat by allowing you to use Shadow's Chaos powers in certain things. There's 2 Chaos powers you can use. Chaos Blast and Chaos Control. And I do like this, but there's a few problems with both. First of all, Chaos Blast is ridiculously overpowered. You'll be able to use it multiple times. Now, looking at it, you'd think this would be a tactic that would only be used once. But I used it 4 times in this part. It's ridiculous. There's no reason that you should be able to use that attack more than once. It makes the game too easy. Chaos Control is a different story entirely. Again, it makes the game too easy by letting you bypass everything. but this is also a problem in terms of certain missions, because some missions require you to, like I said before, kill every single enemy, and Chaos Control goes past those enemies, meaning you are required to backtrack, go back and finish off those enemies you missed because you used Chaos Control. This is annoying as hell. And another thing, Chaos Control has a glitch where if it stops over a pit sometimes, it won't go all the way over that pit and you'll fall to your death. Now granted, usually the game is coded so that Chaos Control will keep going until you're past the you're past the pit. But there is a glitch that will occur where you fall directly into the fucking pit. Now, one last thing to talk about in terms of the combat: the weapons. One thing this game was built around was the fact that Shadow would be using weaponry, and depending on who you were, this was a good or bad thing. I had mixed feelings on it, and now looking back, I thought it was a stupid idea. But I dealt with it, and I can still deal with it even now. This isn't too big an issue in my opinion, as the weapons are actually surprisingly well done. Now some of them look ridiculously large, but some of them are supposed to be that big. And there is a wide variety of weapons you can use. Besides the human weapons consist of regular pistols, to many different types of machine guns, different types of rocket launchers, some lock on, some not. And the alien weapons consist of mainly laser guns, and some melee weapons surprise me. There's a sword, and there's secret weapons to unlock. So Sega did take some time with this in terms of the weapons, but there's a few issues I have with the weapons too. For example, the machine guns. There's really no difference in terms of which machine gun you use. They all pretty much do the same thing. There's no noticeable difference in damage. Now, I prefer some over others, but that's usually just for how they look and not for how much damage they do. Because, like I said, there's virtually none. And the rocket launchers, I never use for the simple reason that they don't do nearly enough damage for being rocket launchers. And the ones that aren't locked on are so hard to aim, because with the machine guns, Shadow will aim it automatically. But the rocket launchers, you have to aim manually, and like I said, aiming it manually isn't worth the amount of damage you're going to get out of it, because by the time you finally aim and fire, you would have killed the enemy already using a standard machine gun. And the alien weapons are pretty much the same as the human weapons, only they fire lasers, and there's really no difference in terms of the weapons besides how they look. Once again, I must reiterate. Some weapons are better than others, like the lock-on rocket launchers are really useful. I do like those. And overall, I will give the game credit in terms of how they did the weapons, but this is a Sonic game. Why are there weapons? It's not necessary. But like I said, compared to how the game operates, the weapons are a very minimal problem with the game. The in-game cutscenes in this game are really poorly done. Besides the fact they're running in-game engines, so they don't look good at all. Like I said, the character models are shiny for no specific reason. They just, some of the character movements and some of the lip syncing, just not everything else about them, it just doesn't look good. It doesn't play out very well at all. And this cutscene will lead us into another issue of the game, the boss fights. Besides the fact that they are way too few in number, the boss fights are really aggravating in the sense that they're way too
Now we're talking.
easy.
Bring it on.
Way too easy. Most of them are, but there's very few that are hard at all. This one is just so pathetic, because what you actually have to do is, there's a very simple way to beat him. Go around and kill all his little minions. Do that until your Chaos Control bar is up. Then, use Chaos Control. It works differently in boss mode. It'll slow down time around you so Shadow's running faster than everyone else, and just unload on his face, and he dies. That took like 2 seconds. And some boss fights are just annoying.
You know what they say, the more the merrier.
Stop saying that!
The more the merrier.
So I've gone over almost every issue I have with this game, with the exception of one. And that issue is this.
Hey, Shadow.
Hey, Shadow.
Hey, Shadow.
Hey, Shadow.
Well, if it isn't Shadow.
Think you can make it down there?
Oh, it's the voice acting! Shadow the Hedgehog is the first Sonic game to be dubbed by 4Kids, and it shows, because at this time the 4Kids voice actors had no time to improve, and they just sucked out loud. Their voices consisted from the brutally annoying
Woohoo! Now we're talking. Bring it on.
to the just plain wrong on so many levels.
Have you tried going up?
To the really, really weird.
Find the computer room!
I cannot stand this! Like I said, at this time, 4Kids had just sucked out loud. And Shadow's voice, while his voice is actually pretty good, which I'm happy for, the problem I have with him is that he seems to swear for no reason at all.
Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
Why is swearing necessary in a Sonic game?
Damn, we've been detected.
Oh, FPL's doing it too! That's brilliant! Sonic is not a series that requires swearing. It doesn't need to be all hardcore and awesome. We got guns and swearing. We're totally awesome. This is so unnecessary! Ugh. And as for the voices, well, at least they're not all talking at the same time.
Back off, you slime balls!
Oh my god! You didn't do this!
What is that?
Shut up! God! I hate the 4Kids voices in this game. They have improved, but back then, everyone knows. The 4Kids voice actors were just so brutal. And as for the rest of the game, it boils down, if you get all the endings, it boils down to an epic battle with Black Blue. I honestly had some fun at this point. Because, well, you got to use Chaos Spear, which I thought was pretty cool. They actually let you use this Chaos Barrels, which they really should have done in Sonic Next Gen. And that I will give the game credit for. It's definitely not nearly as bad as Sonic Next Gen. There are fun parts of the game. It doesn't make up for everything else. There's so many issues I have with this game. And I have played this game and beaten it all the way through. I reserved it. I thought this was going to be good, but Sega screwed us over again with this one. They really did. Well, that's all I really have to say about this one.
Goodbye forever, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Find the computer room! Find the computer room! Find the computer room! Find the computer room! Find the computer room!
Find the Chaos Emerald.
Find the computer room!
Gentlemen, I bestow to you the greatness that is Superman 64. Perhaps the most kick-ass game ever made. You wanna know why? 'Cause it's Superman. That's why it kicks ass. No, I'm not in denial. The game's awesome, I swear it. I mean, just look at this title screen. Isn't it awesome? I swear! I'm so not in denial right now. Wow, I get to pick a language. Cool. I can actually play this game in like 5 different fucking languages. What fun! If you want to use Rumble Packs, insert them now. No, I don't need to use Rumble Packs because Superman's cool enough without them. Guess what the plot of this game is? Lex Luthor has kidnapped Superman's friends and has trapped them in a virtual realm. Oh no! Now Superman must save them by flying through rings. What fun! How wonderful is this? I mean, just look at the graphics. And the rings! Wow! Lex wins. Well, shit. Oh well! I'll just try again, 'cause the Man of Steel never gives up, and neither does darkness. Wow! Look at this game! No, I don't know why the sky is purple, but it's Superman. he must like purple, and if Superman likes it, we must like it too. No, I don't know why I got stuck on the bridge there. Maybe Superman was checking the bridge for potential weaknesses so it doesn't fall. You know, 'cause he does that, 'cause he's a hero, 'cause he's Superman. Da 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 da. It's cool, I swear. I don't know why the sound is making my ears bleed. I mean, I swear it's awesome, 'cause it's Superman. No, I don't know why there's virtually no buildings in Metropolis. Maybe they're doing construction or something. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. What? The buildings are the same generic color and square shape? That can't be! You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm reviewing the game here. Shut up, 'cause Superman's cool. Wow, these rings are so awesome. Don't you just love these fucking rings? I love these fucking rings. Wow, what fun! I love these rings so much. Shut up, text! Don't listen to text. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not completely in denial at this point, because these rings are so cool, just like this game, because it's Superman, and he kicks ass. Wow, I'm having so much fun flying through these rings over and over and over again. It's just so amazing. I mean, I know Superman just passed Lexco in the beginning, and he could have just gone in and beat up Lex Luthor and rescued his friends there without having to go through these rings. But I'm sure Superman knows what he's doing. He has other issues to take care of. His friends can wait. Like flying through the rings. That's an important part of his day. Wow, I just lost, so I have to fly through the rings again. What fun! See, now Text is agreeing with me. He's not in denial either. We're both completely sane at this point. Even though we've had to play this game for like 3 fucking hours, we've had such a great time. Right, Text? He's not answering me. I think he might have shot himself. That's okay, though. Oh, you're fine. Sorry about that, Text. I thought you were dead. Anyway, getting back to the game. This game kicks major ass! I don't know how many times I've had to say that, but it's true. I mean, just look at these visuals. The graphics are like so bland and blocky that it's just awesome. Right? Right. What do you mean I'm in denial? Stop telling me that. I know what I'm talking about. I am perfectly sane at this point. So much fun! Flying through rings. I swear! I swear! Damn. That's alright, I'll just do it again. Speed up! Huzzah! Yes, I know it's a lot of fun watching me go through the same rings over and over and over again, but I have a 10-minute limit, so I have to speed it up. That's my reasoning. Not because I hate watching this over and over and over again. I love watching my gameplay in Superman 64. Now I have to save the people by picking up cars, which are for no apparent reason are trying to run over these people. Ah, Superman, he's a hero there. Picking up random cars and throwing them to save people. That makes total sense. What fun! Ah, another day the day is saved. Thanks to Superman and the rings again. I don't know why the rings are here again. But that's okay, because they were fun the first time. I'm sure they'll be fun this time, right? Right. See? Everyone agrees with me. What? What do you mean I don't know what I'm talking about? What do you mean this game sucks? I mean, come on, it's Superman. It has to kick ass, right? What? Wait, the visuals suck and the gameplay... You don't know what you're talking about! I'm not in denial! Get away from me! Get that straitjacket away from me. I will pwn you! Anyway, ignoring the people trying to take me to the nut house, I will continue reviewing this game. I'm still flying through these rings. And I'm having fun doing it. I swear! I swear! I mean, come on, it's Superman! It can't be bad! It just can't! It's not allowed to be! rings! And more rings! What fun! Wow, these controls are horrible. But that's okay! 'Cause it's Superman! He's allowed to have bad controls! No, I don't know why I can't get under this fucking bridge, but that's okay! 'Cause it's Superman! And he's cool! I swear! Oh! I'm having fun, I promise! I'm telling you, it's a great game! You should totally go play it! Buy like 50 copies, that way you're sure you'll have it for the rest of your life because it's that good. It's so amazing. I swear I'm not out of my mind. See, now the rings are over. I'm sure the game will pick up right here. Put the police car at the end of this road. Okay, I have to save the police car. People are shooting missile launchers at it. I don't know what just happened there. Wasn't that fun? Wow! I love this game to no end, just because of how cool it is. I mean, I'm flying as the Man of Steel himself, flying through fucking rings over and over and over again. Yes, it is, text! What fun I am having! Oh noes! I messed up! Now I have to restart! Whee! I am totally enjoying myself now, I swear! What do you mean I'm lying to you? What do you mean I'm in denial? Shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. I know what I'm talking about. I'm a game reviewer. At least I should know what I'm talking about. Of course, this game might have some form of mind control on me or something. I'm having so much fun right now! It's Superman! You know, animal abuse is probably one of the worst crimes a human being could possibly commit. And I used to think that an organization known as Peta was out to protect the animals being abused by people. Oh, how wrong I was! PETA is nothing more than a money-making business that constantly badgers people about certain things, and namely, puts out crappy games to try to brainwash children into thinking these types of things. Now, this is a response to Big Al's review of what's it called? The Super Chick Sisters. What's the Super Chick Sisters if you haven't seen it? Oh! Well, where do I begin? Super Chick Sisters. Why does that title sound somewhat familiar? Let's take a look at the game, shall we? What's familiar about this game? Strange. Haven't seen this before, have we? Yeah, it's a blatant ripoff of Super Mario. Now, I would get upset about this, but honestly, I don't think they were trying to hide it. In fact, if they are trying to hide it, they're doing a really shitty job of it. Basically, the plot is that Pamela Anderson gets kidnapped by Colonel Sanders and his chicken henchmen, and now the Super Chick Sisters have to save her. I'll take that back. Not his chicken henchmen. His robotic heads of Colonel Sanders henchmen. Oh my god, it's Toad. And yes, they mock the Wii in this game. Basically saying that the Wii's going to give you arm strain, which isn't really the case unless you play it for non-stop. Ugh. Fuck. So, since Mario and Luigi have injured themselves playing the Wii, the Super Chick Sisters must save Pamela Anderson from the horrible Colonel Sanders. Do we see the ridiculousness of this entire plot and just how retarded this is? I mean, look at this. Even the music is a total ripoff of Super Mario. The game is the ripoff. The entire thing is a complete ripoff of Mario. Only, instead of having Mario's traditional fun aspect, it lacks that completely. When you move, it feels like you're trying to force the game to move. It just you just start moving so slow. It just feels like you're basically pushing the game along. It's like the game doesn't want to play, but you have to play it anyway. It just feels like you're forcing it, and this happens too often. No, it's not. Of course it's running slow, because it's not my computer, it's your fucking game. Your enemies throughout the entire game are these stupid Colonel Sanders spider things, which are really weird. And the coins are replaced by chicks, and to get big, you collect what appears to be some kind of cardboard box. Yeah, kind of weird. And there's these protesters standing around randomly, and listen to this. Hi, Nugget, did you know that KFC chickens have their sensitive beaks cut off? How painful! Many birds are so stressed from being de-beaked they cannot eat. Please hurry. Oh my god. I mean, listen to the way it's written and just the tone of it. It's just complete bullshit. What the fuck is up with this? This game is designed for kids. Oh my god, this one's even worse. Thank goodness you're here, Nugget. KFC is scalding chickens to death. Many birds are still awake when their feathers are scalded off in defeathering tanks. Can you imagine that? Yuck! I'm gonna speed this up, because this is quite ridiculous. I mean, honestly, do you hear these comments? Is there blood in that KFC bucket? What the fuck is going on? This entire game is ridiculous. Why the fuck am I playing this right now? Oh, that's right, Big Al. That's a response to Big Al, sorry. Oh my god, I hate this. I really do, honestly. I just can't stand this entire thing. It's just brainwashing. I mean, I mean, about the whole scalding thing, I kind of understand. That kind of makes sense. But it's to make chicken, and what the hell are you going to do? You're saying all slaughterhouses are like this? I mean, people eat meat. You can't do anything about it. No one's going to listen to you. Stop it, okay? It's really irritating. I mean, Peta, they're focusing on the stuff that they can't change rather than focusing on the stuff that they should be focusing on and can change. Like the brutal torture of innocent pets, like dogs and cats. People torture their pets all the time. Are PETA doing anything about it? No! In fact, according to Big Al's rant, and I did some research after that, found it to be true, PETA has had cases where people have given them their pets because they can't take care of them anymore, and PETA kills the pets as soon as they put them in the car. Oh! That's merciful! That's animal rights! You say animals have the right to live, yet you're murdering senseless animals and then accusing KFC of doing the same thing. What the fuck are you on, PETA?! Why am I playing as a chicken? Why am I reading? No, I don't. It's a mouse talking to me. Do you see that sign in the background? What the fuck is going on? Skipping ahead a bit. Big Al's right. Hit detection is bullshit. Watch this. He didn't even touch me! And don't ever go down here, because this'll happen. Oh! Thanks for that one, PETA. That was very nice of you to put a boiling hot broil of hot oil right below the spot where I have jumped off. That makes total fucking sense. Thanks for that. You're so kind. God. I don't need to play it any further because most of you have probably already seen Big Al's review of it, which is pretty accurate. But Big Al mentioned the other games, and I think I need to show you these other games because they're even worse. Now, the first one I'm going to show you is a game called Save the Chickens. Slaughterhouse chickens are left bleeding to death after their throats are slit, and they enter a scalding tank, scalding hot water for feather removal. Still conscious, many of them flap about and thus miss both the immobilization bath and the automated and manual human neck slicers that are still completely conscious when they are scalded to death. This game is on the kids part of the PETA website. Parents, do you want your children reading something like that? Look at this! There's not even any sound with this. What the fuck is this? Do you want your children to be playing a game like this? Looking at these chickens like this? They don't need to see that. They're too freaking young if this is for kids. This game isn't for kids. This is oh my god. Look at it. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, PETA's sadistic, man. Freaking crazy! Moving on. What else do we have here? What other games are on the PETA website? Oh! This is a treasure! The next game I'm gonna show you is a game called Make Fred Spew. Basically, the entire time, you just grab these dairy products, bring them over to Fred, and guess what? He pukes. He does it. He pukes. He does it every single time. For each dairy product. This is all you do. This is all it is! Oh, this is pleasant. Yeah, if you eat dairy products, you're gonna throw up. That makes total sense. The only way that's gonna happen is if you happen to be lactose intolerant. If you're not lactose intolerant, you won't throw up. I have a bowl of cereal every morning with milk. Am I throwing up everywhere? No. Seriously, some of Peter's claims are just fucking retarded, man. Ridiculous. What the fuck? Moving on. This game is called Lobster Liberation. Now, look at this. Does this remind you of anything you've seen before? Anything at all? Anyone? Have you seen anything like this before at all? Tell me, please. Where have I seen this before? Oh, right! Could this be a complete knockoff of, oh, I don't know, Frogger? It's a complete ripoff of Frogger! That's all it is. That's all Lobster Liberation is. They don't have to do a good job of hiding it. I doubt they're even trying to hide it because they probably don't care. The majority of these games are just thrown together anyway. The only one that seems to have any effort put into it is Super Chick Sisters, which makes fun of Mario. Thanks a lot, Peta. And this is the last one. This one's called Revenge of the Peta Tomatoes. Oh, this is a gem. It's where you choose your weapon of tomato. I'm gonna choose the Terminator and throw tomatoes at people who are wearing fur. What the fuck? Are you seeing this? It's not even that well done. It's fucked up. All these games are stupid. Don't go on the PETA website. PETA, fuck you! Done!
Abuse, but did nothing to stop it. This plant hosted a KFC Supplier of the Year ceremony, and many of the workers wear KFC clothing and drink from KFC cups, drink from KFC cups, drink from KFC cups, KFC cups.
Who knows? Not the KFC cups of death! Run for sweet life! Parasite Eve is easily one of the best games I have played in a long time. It's also one of the most unique for the simple reason that it combines the attributes of a survival horror game with an RPG, which is a very odd mix, making it extremely unique. During the course of this review, I will discuss what makes this game a survival horror and what makes this game an RPG and why it's pretty much both. Now, the game starts off. The main character, who's called Aya Bree, she is an NYPD officer. She's with a quote-unquote date to the opera. So it starts out extremely innocently, as most survival horror games do. And very, very shortly, the game completely takes a total shift, which is another survival horror attribute. Where you start out innocently enough, and all of a sudden, things completely switch around to a horrible scenario. And, as I said, you know, it's very innocent. They're watching the opera, and the opera play, as a matter of fact, is very, very, foreboding in terms of what's going to happen, just because of how the play transpires and some of the names used and everything. So the actress begins to sing. Again, nothing out of the ordinary yet. Just, you know, listening to an actress sing an opera, no big deal, nothing's gonna happen, right? Wrong, sir. Or ma'am, whatever. And one thing I will say about the game is definitely one of the best looking games on the PlayStation, easily. I mean, the cinematics just look absolutely amazing. Especially for the time the game was put out. I mean, this game was put out fairly early in the PlayStation's life. It's not like a late bloomer or anything. It's pretty, you know, awesome. And as I said, things start to get extremely weird. Oh my god! Yes! Everyone starts randomly bursting into flame, which, again, it's one of those things in a survival horror game that is expected to happen when you're playing the game. In survival horror games, it's known that things start off innocent and everything gets so twisted and messed up. And I'm pretty sure people burning alive in a theater is pretty messed up, especially in a scene like this. I mean, it's extremely creepy to see this actress singing and just everyone burning around her. It's so mesmerizing and all in all pretty messed up. But I expect that out of a survival horror. So Aya, being a police officer, confronts the actress, and the actress starts talking extremely weird about stuff about awakening and all this other stuff. And you find out later what she's talking about, but at the time you're pretty confused, which again is the idea. And the battle system is one of the most unique attributes of the game, because it's similar to Final Fantasy XII, only it doesn't suck. And I'll get into why a bit later. So the actress floats off, which is also extremely weird and out of the ordinary, and after confronting an extremely creepy girl and watching a rat mutate horribly into a creepy-ass monster, you eventually reach the actress's room, and you learn her name is Melissa Pierce, and you read her diary, very, very rude, but whatever, and find out that she's trying to get this part, and she's got a drug problem and all this other stuff. It's, you know, you learn a lot about the character, which sort of helps the next scene a lot. Also, one minor note, this game is also one of those games where stuff is placed in so many weird locations. I don't know why there's 6 bullets in the actress's closet, but you know what? I don't give a damn. I want bullets. I need to shoot shit. So whatever. Anyway, upon confronting Melissa, she starts talking, and it appears she's fighting with herself. She's fighting off whatever's trying to take her over, and this thing identifies itself as Eve. And Melissa is trying to fight it off, and she loses, and it sort of makes you feel bad for her in a way, which is something a survival horror game really should do. It's one of those games that should connect you with the characters. RPGs do the same thing, so, I mean, you know, it combines both two forms of games that connect you with the characters. So this game does that extremely well. And then you watch her, again, horribly mutate. There are a lot of really weird mutations in this game, too. I kid you not. It's also, I mean, some of them are pretty sort of sickening, honestly. I mean, I can deal with them, but I can see why people might get, you know, it's creepy. It's a really creepy ass game, and you know, but it's a survival horror game, so what do you expect? And you fight her again using battle system, and in the next part you chase her into the sewer, and this is where you encounter these supposed random battles, which as it turns out aren't actually random. If you die once and go back, you'll discover that the battles are actually placed. So at first they will appear to be random, but in fact they're not. And you have no choice but to do them. Or you can run, but it seems to be extremely difficult to run, and you probably don't want to do that anyway, because usually the battles are pretty easy. And, you know, you can use items and everything, again, another RPG aspect, and leveling up, too. And you end up chasing her down the sewer, and she does some extremely weird stuff. And you learn more about her, and the fact that she's got very, very strange powers. That, like what she's doing right now, morphing into gel, which she'll use to pass. Yeah, this is an odd game. I'll say that the creatures do some pretty weird ass stuff, but I guess that comes to be expected, and it makes the game a lot better in my opinion. So she's obviously got through the iron bars. So what are you gonna do? Nothing. You can't chase after her. But you do get attacked, and this is where you encounter, in my personal opinion, the first true boss fight. You did fight Eve before this, but that really wasn't a boss fight at all because she was too easy. It got you used to the gameplay aspects and everything. This is the first true boss. It's a horribly mutated crocodile or alligator, it appears. Well, could be both. But, yeah, again, horribly mutated, has electrical powers, which is not normal either. And one thing I will say is also the bosses in the game are extremely good. And the monsters in general, in fact. There's just so many unique creatures you face down. There's not very, very many repeating enemies. I mean, later in the game you'll discover some enemies repeating, but overall there's a wide range of monsters for you to fight, which is excellent. especially, again, that's another RPG aspect, and some survival horror games. You'll fight snakes. You're gonna fight birds of death, which I hate for that matter because they're so annoying. Satanic polar bears. A lot of the monsters are messed up. Giant worms of doom, which are a real pain in the ass. And this is one of the bosses, which is a Cerberus-like creature. And this is one of the fights that it really affects you on an emotional level because of what transpired prior to this fight. See, you're not just fighting some random creature this fight. You're fighting one of the police dogs. And that's not necessarily the problem. The thing is, prior to this, the police dog had befriended a little boy named Ben. And during the course of the police dog mutating, the police dog's trying to run away from Ben. It seems like the police dog's trying not to hurt Ben because it knows it's getting taken over. And Ben keeps chasing after the police dog, and the police dog's just trying to get away from him, and it seems like, it doesn't want to hurt Ben. Eventually the police chief tries to shoot the dog, whose name is Shiva, by the way. But it's kind of too late. The dog ends up mutating right in front of the little boy, and it just rips your heart out. It really affects you, or it should. As an animal lover, it really affected me. It's a creepy mutation too, which adds to the effect. And the game really should do that type of thing. As a survival horror, I would expect that it should affect you on an emotional level. Survival horror games are supposed to do that, and RPGs for that matter. And again, this game is both. So. This is also one of the tougher fights. For the simple reason that this boss has a very, very annoying habit. Because it's so large and the arena and the fighting, the area you're fighting is so small, it is a very, very annoying habit of backing you into walls and just destroying your ass. And this is see, right there, that bullshit. What the hell am I supposed to do? Sometimes you can't even get out of it, and that's just annoying as hell to me. And that is one of the problems of this game. I'm not going to say this game is perfect by any means, and that's one of the problems. The regular monsters, and especially large bosses like this, have a bad habit of doing that, and there's really no way to get out of it. There's either two things that are going to happen: A, the boss backs down and you manage to escape, or B, you die. One of the two, and it's just infuriating. And as for fighting, well, you can actually dodge some attacks, which is why the battle system is a crapload better than the way FF12 is set up. Because like I said before, it's similar to FF12, only you can dodge attack, making it a lot more fun. If I'm going to be able to move, I should be able to dodge, in my opinion. Of course, some of the attacks are hard as hell to dodge, especially that laser. It turns out to be a pain in the ass. And, but you can get past it. These are all minor problems I'm talking about, so it's really not too big a deal. But like I said about, fighting on small arenas and getting backed into walls and stuff, this is one of the fights against Eve, one of the many fights against Eve. And you're fighting on a horse-drawn carriage. There's literally no way for you to move effectively, and being that, there's no way to dodge any attacks, so you end up healing a lot in this fight. It's just hard as hell. But moving on from that, there's a lot of different characters. Daniel, for example. Daniel will pwn you! Yeah, he does that. Daniel's cool. He's he's pretty much the main supporting character throughout the entire game. You also meet another character named Dr. Clamp, who's more of a villain. He's one of the main villains besides Eve. At first, because he seems suspicious at first, and later in the game, you just know as soon as you meet him he's going to be a problem. But he tells you basically what's going on. It gives you a general idea of what's going on. He talks about the mitochondria. The mitochondria is what caused Eve. The mitochondria is the entire issue throughout the entire game of Parasite Eve. The mitochondria are intelligent, and basically in Eve's case, they've mutated to a point where they've taken over the physical body, Melissa. And now they're trying to get the other mitochondria throughout all the other organisms to, turn into their mutated form and basically spawn. It's an extremely complex explanation, and really, in order to get a good idea of what they're talking about, but essentially the mitochondria are betraying us in this game, and that's a pretty creepy idea. I mean, that really is. There's also another character called Dr. I think you pronounce it Maida, but I could be wrong. But he's a scientist from Japan. And this leads up to actually the game is actually based off a Japanese horror film, which I've seen is not really that scary. It's actually more heart-wrenching than anything. But, yeah, it's basically the same thing happened in Japan, only not to this certain degree, and he's come over here to try to help because he was involved in the incident in Japan. So, yeah, just a bit of a fun fact there. The game is based off a movie. Also, much like an RPG, there's an extensive way to customize your equipment and weapons. There's upgrades, and there's ways to there's items you get, which are very specific, known as tools. That's all they're called. The Incredible Item Tool, which actually lets you customize your different equipment, and it's an extremely interesting idea, and it does work extremely well. I quite like the tool function. It lets you customize your own character. It's a bit too complex in my opinion, but not so much that, it's a pain. Also, one of the issues I have with the game, there is one more big issue. It's probably the biggest issue I had, because all the other issues were very minor. This is one of the things that drove me insane. Not that it's really a problem with the gameplay, but the game mocks you. You go to a gun shop, and Daniel says, go ahead, pick out anything you want, pretty much. Well, I want this assault rifle on the wall. Can I have this assault rifle on the wall? No! The answer is no! Can I have this shotgun here? No. So basically the game says, we could give you these weapons, but we're not going to. And it would be one thing if Daniel didn't tell you, just pick out whatever you want. But I can't pick out whatever I want. If he didn't say that, it wouldn't really be a problem, but what the hell? Come on! This part of the game, all you get out of this is some ammunition, which is good, a tool, a range upgrade, and a pistol. That's it! No shotgun, no assault rifle, there's even a missile launcher here. Nothing! The game is basically mocking you in this part, and I guess looking past it, it's okay. But come on! Why do you have to mock me, game? Why must you do that? That's just mean. I'm sorry. That really is. And you also go to a pharmacy, which essentially does the same thing, where you say, oh, get whatever you want. You don't get to get whatever you want. Of course, I can forgive the pharmacy, because I really don't think cough drops or a hairspray is going to assist me against the mitochondria taking over my body. So, in this, and I can forgive the pharmacy, but with the gun shop, why the fuck couldn't I just pick out what I wanted, damn it? Ugh. In general, I love this game, though. Sure, it's got some problems, but no game is perfect in my opinion. And actually, I had a lot of trouble finding problems with the game to complain about. I really couldn't find much wrong. Now, one thing I will say, this probably isn't a game for casual gamers, because it requires a lot of running around, a lot of tedious work, and a lot of finding out what the fuck to do. That's, yeah. So I don't think casual gamers are going to have a lot of fun with the game, and in that aspect I can understand, but I think hardcore and underground gamers like myself will thoroughly enjoy the game, and I strongly recommend it, finding a copy and at least giving it a try, because it's one of those lost games. You hear all about Resident Evil, Silent Hill, the greatest survival horror games ever. But I love Parasite Eve. And, I like the main character. Aya, she's one of the few female video game characters that does not need big boobs in order to be cool. No offense to Lara Croft fans out there, but Lara Croft is half fan service. But, yeah. Hope you enjoyed the review, guys. See you later. everyone. Welcome to another edition of Darkness Game Reviews. Say hi, Text.
Hello.
Today we are going to review a wonderful game, Monopoly. Text is here, as a second player, because you really can't effectively play such an exquisite game as Monopoly alone. Isn't that right, Text?
This is boring as hell.
What are you talking about, Text? It's Monopoly.
Yeah, it's Monopoly on the Sega Genesis. Why would we play Monopoly on the Sega Genesis? We can just pull out the real Monopoly board and play it in real life. Now, would that not make more sense to you?
Well, yeah, but discounting that, isn't it good?
Okay, well maybe a little, but it's still got crappy sound and stuff.
It's not that bad, Text.
Yes it is. I'm bored. I want to go play some Halo.
Halo is overrated, Text.
Yeah, right.
Okay, fine, whatever. Stupid new school gamer bastard.
What'd you say?
Nothing at all. Getting into the actual game, well, aren't we having fun, Text?
Fun. Sure. A blast.
It's fun! Cheer up!
Oh yeah, that's kind of ironic coming from you, Darkness.
It's funny, Text. Yeah, and off to jail with you, Text.
Oh, shut up! It's not that funny.
Yeah, actually it is. Oh, that's great. You deserve that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did so.
Shut up.
I got money, Text. Haha! I landed on go. I got $200. What you got? You got nothing. You got nothing. Gonna roll some doubles? No, denied. Ah ha ha ha! You're still in jail, Text. Ah ha ha ha!
You know what, Darkness? Darkness, you're a jerk.
No, you're a jerk, Text.
No, you are.
You are.
You are.
You are. I don't like you. Why do I keep you around?
I don't know. Why I still work with you? You're a jerk.
No, you're a jerk.
No, you're a jerk.
I'm not fighting with you anymore, Text. You're immature.
No, you're immature.
Oh no, don't start that shit again. And what are you doing?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Coming back here now.
Okay, well that's kind of cheap.
What, I paid to get out.
Oh, whatever.
Oh, who got the railroad? Yeah, Pennsylvania Railroad. That's me. That's mine, Darkness. What you got? You got nothing. You got nothing.
Dude, you sound like Chad Warden.
No, I don't. I'm Text. I'm gangsta. Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know. I have a lot of issues.
Well, so do I. Shut up. Freaking bastard.
Heard that.
No, you didn't.
What? I hate you. Get out of here.
I'm not leaving. You go.
No, you go.
No, you go.
Fuck you.
Bastard. As a child, I grew up during the time that the Genesis versus the Super Nintendo war was going on. And I grew up with the Genesis, and there were great games for the Genesis, most of them wonderful. This one, Home Alone, was not wonderful. As a child, I played this, and it haunted me, because I was such a huge fan of the movies. I loved both Home Alones 1 and 2. I hated number 3, and I hate the new remake, but I love those first two movies. Home Alone and Home Alone Lost in New York. I love those two movies. And as a child I played this game thinking that this game had to be awesome just because it was Home Alone. And I go back to play it again and I realize this game lied to me. This game is a piece of shit! It might be it is perhaps the worst game I have ever played. Look at this. What you've been watching this so far. What am I playing? Tell me. Someone please tell me what the fuck I am playing. I am so pissed off right now. This will be my revenge. I'm gonna this game. This game's gonna get so. I'm so angry right now. So you gotta set the traps and go in the houses. All right, pretty straightforward. Graphics, ugh. Well, I'll give the graphics it. Everything looks like you can recognize stuff. I mean, it's obviously Kevin. He seems too short to me. He looks like a dwarf. Does he not look like a dwarf? He looks like a dwarf to me. Or a short, fat kid. Definitely, I mean, he's dressed like Kevin. He's got the short blonde hair like Kevin. But he's short and fat. What that, Anyway, see, I just slipped over my own damn trap. What the fuck? Ugh. I hate this game. I mean, look at it. I mean, the goal is basically go around. There's a pretty complex weapon system, which is kind of surprising. And basically, you go around. You have to defend the entire neighborhood in the game, which I guess I'll give the developers credit for that. It adds more to the game, having to defend the entire neighborhood rather than just your house. I guess that makes sense, though it is kind of stupid. And I personally think it makes it a lot harder. And I'll get to the other bullshit parts later. So yeah, see this complex weapon system, and it will make the stuff for you that you can customize if you want, but the customization is a pain in the ass. Okay, you see up there that loot and pain meter just appeared below my ammo meter, and that's odd. Why is the ammo measured with a meter? It's normally the number. Anyway, you have to keep Harry and Marv from getting all the loot. And you have to get the pain meter up to max, then they'll leave. Once you get the pain meter up to max, they will leave the house, and the house is considered defended, and they won't come back again, which is good. And you see that little ETA up there in the top left corner. That's the time that you need to last for. So right now it's at 18 minutes. I have to last for 18 minutes. And shit. Well, that's irritating. Anyway, I have to last for 18 minutes until the police get here in order, to arrest the bad guys, Harry and Marv. And this 18 minutes seems like a long time, and I'm on easy mode right now. I selected easy mode. So, and there's a total of 5 houses to defend in the entire neighborhood. Total of 5, all different. And with the exception of Kevin's house, the other houses are weird. One is like a colonial house, one is like a futuristic house, one is really, really old, one is haunted. And the other one is just like a country house. It's weird, and this one's the Kevin's house, the one you saw in the movie, and it looks like Kevin's house to me. It's big and it's got a lot of stuff in it. Blah 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 blah. I don't know why there's games in the background, but whatever. And you start with a standard weapon, the BB gun, but you can make like I said, with the complex weapon system, you can make your own weapons. Oh shit, yeah. Now Marv's after me. Get the fuck away from me. I'll shoot you with a BB gun. But the problem is, once you run out of stuff in the house, you have to go outside while they're robbing the place to look for more, like ammunition, for example, like snowballs. And a weird thing about the snowballs, you're gonna find them under snowman, which I guess makes sense. But since there's snow all over the place on the ground, why can't you just pick the snow off the ground? I mean, why not just hit a button and let yourself? And you slide around this sled, and I don't know how the hell he's moving on this sled. Number one, I mean, it's like there's a hill in every direction. How the hell is he doing this? That doesn't make any sense. See, I'm collecting snowballs from under the snowman. And it's not always snowballs. Sometimes it's hot coals, which makes no sense at all. So, see, I just made a snowball bazooka. So, it's a much more effective weapon because the BB gun's a shit weapon. It can knock them down, but only for a short time. It does very little to amp up the pain meter. The snowball bazooka is probably your best option because there's a lot of ammunition around because it's snowballs. That's the ammunition. And the stuff you need to make it with is pretty straightforward. You can find it easily. So it's not a hard weapon to make, and it's easy to keep. You'll probably be using it most compared to the other weapons. Cause, there's more powerful weapons in it, but they are extremely hard to find and get more ammunition for because there's a taser-like weapon, and you need a magnet for that for no apparent reason. A magnet is your ammunition, which is kind of weird, and a magnet is obviously if you do find a magnet under a snowman, that'd be weird as hell. And yeah, so yeah, they slipped on the ice, but the problem is your traps do very little to hurt them. Very little at all, if anything. The ice does virtually nothing. The tar does absolutely nothing. That tar right there, that just slows them down. That's all it does. So, I mean, and you'll be running from them a lot because you'll have to wait for them to get unstunned, then they'll be chasing you, then you gotta shoot them again. If you run out of ammo, you just run. Otherwise, they'll capture you. And that's really irritating because you saw earlier I got stuck on the wall. You know, but I'm not gonna get captured this time. Shit. Damn it. God damn it, let me go! Son of a... Oh my god! Well, that was ridiculous. See, this is bullshit. What the fuck? I gotta get down from the get down from the wall. Okay. Oh, come on! Oh. Ah, well, fuck. Ugh! What is the point of this? I can't catch what the fuck. Well, now the house turns blue to signify that it's flooded, which I hate. Why does it turn blue? What is the point of that? Anyway, so now I gotta go set traps in the other houses, and I have to choose a house. Problem: you cannot tell what house they're gonna go to next. It's completely random. First, they always go to Kevin's house. They're always gonna go to Kevin's house first. But as for the next house, you don't know. It's completely random. What the fuck? You don't know. So it's a guessing game, and pretty much you guess wrong every time. So I'm gonna go in this house. I'm gonna set more fucking traps. Oh, I didn't say stuff about the and yeah. So I'm in the house. This is the futuristic house with all this shit. What is this? There's a guard robot. There's all my traps. What the fuck am I doing? I gotta collect items to get more weapons, better weapons. Jump over the ice. His jumping is horrible. Control is bad. What is this? I'm not gonna. Oh, they're not even in that house. Oh, they're in this house. Okay, they were. See, I guessed wrong. See, that's what happens. Oh shit! No, I'm not getting captured this time. No way. They are not putting me on the damn nail on the wall. I am not a painting. Get in the house. Get. There we go. Yeah. See, I am not a fucking painting it. Shit! Damn it, Kevin! Oh, come on! Oh, come on! What the? Oh my god! The robbers leave, not caring, and what? Damn it! I hate this game. So now I gotta figure out what house is next. Another guessing game. Yay! And where do I go? I don't have a fucking clue. So, alright, they're back in the futuristic house. Alright, that's good. The traps are already here. I don't have to worry about setting traps. And I'm gonna pwn you this time, you bastards! That's right! Freeze, come! Snowball bazooka! Freeze! Turn into a snowman! That's right! What now? Come on, come a little closer. Come on, that's right. BAM! Pwned! That's right! That's right, you're running now. Oh, shit! Oh! Get down. Get down! Come on! Get down, you son of a bitch! Pwned! Pwned! Ah! That's right, you pricks. Run. Ah, you slip. Ah! Ah, yes! Yes! That's right, you sons of bitches. What now? What now? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's right, you can't do anything. Because I'm the man. I'm the man. Oh, yeah. Ah, yeah. Well, that was fun, wasn't it, kids? So, now I'll use my traps. And guess what? How do you get more traps? You can't get any more fucking traps! You can't get any more! Once you run out of traps, that's it! That's it! There's no more! I swear to God, there is no more. There is no way to get any more. I guarantee you. Try. Look, there's no more traps. Which should be the main part of the game. That was the main part of the movie, as far as I recall. Why wouldn't that be the main part of the game? The main part of the game seems to be making weapons. Which Kevin only used a BB gun in the movie. I can understand, giving more weapons. That's nice. But what? But once you run out of traps, there you can't get any more. You fucking kidding me? It's fucking ridiculous. I'm in the colonial house, by the way. And I don't think they're here, so I'm gonna leave. And there they are! That's right. I'm gonna get you this time. Come on. I only got 3 minutes to survive until the police get here. And you're gonna get arrested. Ha-ha! See, what's the point of this? I don't even have any traps to lay. Why are you showing me the blueprints when I can't lay any traps? I gotta get the magnet, I get all this shit. What the... Ah, jeez. Christ, I hate this. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay, auto summon. Now I got the hot cool rifle. I got a lot of okay, I got a glue mortar or whatever the hell that's called, glue launcher. And yeah, that's right, you're in glue. Shit! Oh! Let me go! Let me go! Why is this taking so long? There we go. Okay, get off the wall, Kevin. Kevin, get off. There we go. Okay. So, and yeah, that's it. You only have to survive. And on easy mode, you don't even have to worry about protecting the houses unless you want more points, which like it really fucking matters. Because the police will get here before the guys finish robbing all the houses. On hard mode, oh, this is different. You see, you get a rank and everything. On hard mode, you have to last for an hour. And at the end, it's supposed to be some kind of secret ending. They only add an extra police car and a helicopter. That's all they do. And they say, "Congratulations! You beat hard mode! Now we're going to go stroke our egos and count our money. Because you bought this piece of shit game from us. Ahaha. Developed by Brian A. Rice Incorporated. Who the fuck is Brian A. Rice? If I ever meet a guy named Brian A. Rice, I'm going to shoot him. Just because he might be the guy who's the leader of this company who made this game. Brian A. Rice Incorporated, I've never heard of them in my entire life, but I hate them for making this fucking game. This game is nothing but a waste of your fucking time, and if you play it, you will regret ever living, okay? That's how bad this piece of fucking shit is, okay? Never ever play this game. I'm telling you right now, don't play it. See, I'm watching the credits right now. You know, watching this. What is it? This is I hate this game. Oh my god, it's not. It's just that bad. It's such a stupid game. Compared to the movie, watch the movie, okay? The movie's a wonderful film. But this game, I cannot believe I tried to like this game as a child. This game haunted my childhood. When it comes to TV game show based video games, you really can't find a whole lot of them that are anywhere near decent. And to be perfectly realistic, Family Feud for the Sega Genesis is no exception. It's really not that good. The first problem is that the entire game, like the entire game, is just this letter pad, where all you do is you enter your answers. Now, you may be saying, alright, well, that's how the game was played on the game show. Yeah. But the problem is that, number one, it's boring as hell. Like, really. It's really boring. But the other problem is that the game sometimes doesn't register your answers properly. Or rather, they're looking for answers that don't make a whole lot of sense. Like that question right just now was asking me which states were part of the Confederacy in the Civil War. I put in Virginia, which seems like a no-brainer. But apparently that's wrong, and the CPU put in Georgia, which is also correct. But don't most people think of Virginia? And this one's asking me, you know, name a fast food dish besides a hamburger. Alright, well, I'll put in chicken nuggets, because, you know, that makes sense, right? I mean, you know, chicken nuggets. That's like, you know, the other major thing McDonald's has. So when you're thinking of, you know, fast food, you're gonna think of this. So I put this in. They give you a timer, so you have to... And it's wrong. Okay? What the hell? So, it's the computer's turn. And get this, they put in chicken. And it's right. What kind of shit is that? I mean, just... God, this game. Alright, back to this fucking piece of shit game. You wanna know what this shit is? Oh, I'll tell you what this shit is. It's probably one of the worst, if not the worst, game show games I've ever played in my entire goddamn life. I mean, what the fuck were they on when they made this? I don't even get to describe just how annoying it is. Oh, we gotta press in all the little individual letters and all the answers to tell you what it is. And if you don't get anything close to that, we're not gonna let you in. But for some reason, the CPU always manages to guess it right. Either that, or they take fucking forever and keep passing it on to the next fucking person in the stupid goddamn family, and it takes fucking forever. I mean, just look at this shit. It doesn't even look good. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't play good. It isn't a fun fucking game. No wonder the second host of Family Feud killed himself. It's probably because of this fucking game. And I have had quite enough of this shit. Family Feud, fuck you. Boned. Oh boy, it's another Peta game. Who else remembers that little Super Mario Brothers ripoff they made? You know, to get back at KFC because they hurt chickens. I remember it because I played it. It wasn't fun. And unfortunately, this Cooking Mama ripoff, they actually used the name literally Cooking Mama, so it's not like they're trying to hide it this time. They're saying yeah, and they're saying Cooking Mama kills animals. Oh boy. Why? Just why? I was actually gonna make an actual rant about Peta, but this was sent to me by a person named, I believe his name was Balder Jew. I believe his name was. And I decided, let's just do this. Yeah, I'm gonna record this as I play. So it's gonna be kind of a let's play-like review. A little bit different. Put a new twist on things. Go me. So, I played through this whole thing already. It's really bad. Like, really fucking bad. Not quite as bad as the Mario Brothers, but it's still bad in its own little way. And again, these usually are. Let's cook. Make a Thanksgiving feast. Prepare the turkey. Ooh. I like how angry Cooking Mama looks. Yeah. She's angry. Pluck the turkey. Click on the feathers as your mouse to pluck them from the turkey. Yeah, whatever. There's an awful lot of blood. So it's very inaccurate. So I don't think if you were ripping the feathers out that there'd be nearly as much blood. This is lagging again. Shit, I already had to restart this once because of lag. Running Camp Studio and Audacity at the same time is never a good idea. But hey, I do it anyway. So, yeah, this is about it. Each game is different. Well, actually, no, it's a lie. Some of the games are very similar. And, yeah, the goal of this one, you're timed on each one, and the goal of this one is to rip out all the feathers. My main issue with the game, as the game, not because it's so controversial and very retarded, it's just that the controls are questionable, especially in some of the games where you have to move specifically. This isn't too bad because, you know, you really don't have to move everything, and yay, I finished, oh boy. Ugh. I'm done. Hurry up. Damn lag. Today. Meaner than Mama. Valuation 100, time 43, total 143. I don't care. I'm very mean, apparently. Thanks, game. You're so nice. Remove the internal organs. Using your mouse, stick your hand inside the turkey and, you know, whatever. So the whole goal is to reach inside the turkey and to rip out internal organs. Pleasant! Peta's known for making games that everyone wants to play, because you know me, I love ripping the internal organs out of a bird. That is totally my thing. I am so into that. That's like my favorite kind of game. Honest. Seriously though, this is pretty fucking retarded, and, kinda gruesome. More gruesome than it would be in real life. And you know, it's going through all these steps to make it, to how to make a turkey. These are actually the steps you would take anyway. I mean, they wouldn't be this gruesome, but these are the actual steps, so you're telling us how to make a turkey, Peta. Thanks? It's very nice of you to give us all these step-by-step instructions on how to make a turkey. So, you're not really doing a good job discouraging us. Ugh. I got another 100, hooray. Yeah, let's just keep moving on. It's really, it's just, I mean, it looks okay. The music's kind of wearing on my nerves now, but I'm meaner than mama. And, ugh. This is just bad. I mean, what else can you say about it? He's just fucking retarded. Oh boy, in the US, almost all birds have their throats slit while they're still conscious. Well, that's to kill them painlessly. Okay, if their throats are slit, they're gonna die in a few seconds, if not instantaneously. So it's not like we're talking about something. I mean, what do you want them to do? Put them to sleep? I mean, really. I mean, I don't like it as much as the next person, but I eat meat, so I'm not gonna argue against it. And, apparently millions are scalded to death in tanks of hot water. Throats are slit for a reason. Just, oh my god. Just move on and meet your meat video. No, thank you. Stuff the turkey. Oh, fun. Crack the eggs. Use your mouse to. Yeah, I already did this. Basically, this is one of the first flawed ones. The goal is to follow this arrow and crack the egg. And why is there blood coming out of the egg? First of all. Secondly, there's feathers coming out of it. This is so, see, like that. It doesn't always register as a hit. You have to follow the arrow down exactly for it to work. Does blood come out of eggs? These eggs would have to be pretty developed quite a while. And feathers too? No, this is just retarded. I better hurry up or else I'm gonna run out of time. Oh god, I don't know, because I really want a high score in this game. That is my goal. Honest. I'm done! Oh, sweet. I'm totally awesome, guys. And this is really bad. The gameplay is much like the Super Mario Brothers ripoff. Everything feels kind of forced. It feels slow and kind of iffy. It's not horrible. I've played better Flash games, first of all. Secondly, in terms of the material and the message, quote-unquote, is trying to send, it's failing miserably. Because everything's completely inaccurate. Blood doesn't come out. Have you ever made scrambled eggs in the morning or sunny-side-up eggs or whatever eggs you like and blood comes out of your eggs? That's never happened to me. I don't know about the rest of you happy people. But it hasn't happened to me. So as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't happen. At least with grocery store eggs. Maybe if your eggs were further developed and for some reason I don't know. Click on each ingredient, it's time to add it to the bowl, and whatever. So, this one's really was the lamest one. You basically click on everything in order and do this. Ooh. Very in-depth. I like this, yeah. It's easy as hell. The part that drives me crazy is this damn spoon. It doesn't. I don't know where to grab it at in order to get it to. Damn it! Would you see? There we go. I got it, and I'm already out of time. You have to click on it at a specific point in order to get it to register. So, again, as a game, it's already failing, and as a message to send to people saying don't kill your turkeys, it's not gonna happen. First of all, not a lot of people really, do this to turkeys. Most people I see go to the store and buy a pre-prepared turkey. All they gotta do is shove it in the oven and it's done. So it's not like this is something, new. I mean, really. Stuff the bird. Grab the stuffing. Again, and I must reiterate, they're telling us how to make the damn turkey. Why would you do that? Ugh. Whatever. So, yeah, you gotta put the stuffing in the turkey. Again, very, very, amazing. And by that I mean it's lame as hell. It's just, ugh. It's just not fun. I mean, really. I mean, the message is already bad enough, but as a game, it's just not. It's just boring as hell. There's no reason you would ever want to play this, ever. I mean, even if you could get past the retardedness of it and just wanted to play it for the lulz, you'd still be bored as hell. And I'm meaner than mama again. I must really be a horrible person. Oh, I must remove the head. This is one of the most broken ones, because you have to sort of saw the head off in this particular line. It just doesn't really want to register, please. You have to hit it at a specific point, otherwise it just will not work. And I wasn't able to do this effectively because it just doesn't want to register. Damn you! Come on. See, this is it's just bad. It's just bad. As you expected. I mean, were you really expecting a good game from Peta? Of course not. They never have good games. And they already... Don't be a saint. Oh. Fuck you. Ugh. Cook the turkey. Turn on the oven. Oh, yeah. This is probably the lamest one. Because all you do is press the button. Wait for the gauge to... Wow, that's slow. I guess it's a lag. Wait for the gauge to get up there. Oh, yeah. This is real fun. I know. Waiting. And waiting. And waiting. Once it gets up to orange, you stop it. You know, right before that line. So, stop. Oh, dead on. Take that, game. You just got owned. Because I'm totally awesome. This is one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. I mean, Peta, I refrained from making a rant about the whole, we're going to ask Ben and Jerry's to put human milk in their ice cream. I restrained myself, because I could have very easily said something about that, and that looks really disgusting. That's not how a turkey should look. But hey. But like I was saying, I refrained from talking about the whole Ben and Jerry's thing, but now, you know, you got oh boy, something else to read. What Mama never told you. Ooh. Turkeys are drugged and bred to grow so quickly that their legs cannot support their weight. Countless birds slowly starve to death within inches of food after they become crippled or are unable to move. I don't like animal cruelty as much as the next person, but you have to remember, a lot of these animals they're talking about are animals that were specifically bred to be slaughtered and made into food. That they were bred to do that. I mean, I know that sounds horrible, but it's the truth. You can't, if you let these birds go out to life. Oh boy, more wallpaper. Why would I want No! Make the giblet gravy. Oh boy. But anyway, as I was saying, these animals, if you release them into the wild, they would die. Probably in worse ways than we're killing them. It just wouldn't work. Chickens they can't fly. And granted, the wolves would be pretty happy when they got a feast of these chickens. But I mean, chickens, cows, pigs, these animals aren't bred for being in the wild. They don't have the ability to be out of domestic care. It wouldn't work. So don't bitch about it. Ugh. Chop the neck. Oh yeah, now I gotta chop the neck and you do this again. Yeah, fun, right? But for some reason, I notice this one tends to register better than the last one. I don't know why that is. Maybe yeah, there it goes. Yeah, I don't know why this one registers so much better than the other one. Maybe it's because I think it's zoomed in more. Maybe that's it. I don't know. It still sucks, but why am I playing this? Oh yeah, because I was like, I'm gonna review this because I'm a reviewer and I don't like PETA. I swear to God, the only environmental animal rights group I ever have had any respect for was Greenpeace. Because Greenpeace is fucking hardcore. Like, I once saw footage of Greenpeace. Apparently, this was a while ago. France was doing these nuclear tests. These islands, I don't know where this was. But Greenpeace wanted them to stop. So, instead of doing what PETA would have done, and, you know, held up picket signs and protested, ooh, that does a lot. Greenpeace took matters in their own hands, got a fishing boat, drove past warships, guarding this nuclear bomb that was scheduled to go off that day, took their boat and sat on top of the bomb so they couldn't set it off. Now, I have to say that's pretty fucking hardcore, and I would so do that. Because I'm insane. Granted, the Greenpeace got taken down by the French version of the Navy SEALs, I suppose you could call them. But it was still, I mean, at least they fucking tried. They did something. Certainly got their message across. But yeah, I do like Greenpeace. There's another group I like. I forget their name though. I think it's what were they called? I'm actually kind of a member of them. I forget their name. I wish I could remember though. They were cool too. And, oh yeah, this is another one that doesn't register. Hooray! Back to the game. I was kind of rambling there. That's what I tend to do. In case you haven't noticed. This is more of a let's play than a review. I said I wasn't going to do any more let's plays. So therefore, I am a liar. And this isn't registering at all. It's pretty bad. I mean, there's really not much you can say about this. I mean, it's just bad. It just is. It looks bad because it's just disgusting. No one wants to see this, and it just isn't fun. I've said that before already. And I can't say anything else. It's just not fun. It just isn't. Peta, why? Why? What's the point? You're not getting your message across. You're not helping. You're teaching us how to make a cookie. Thanks. No, a cookie? Why did I say a turkey? Cookie. This is what happens when you only get an hour of sleep, people. Curse my insomnia. Anyway, strain the gravy. Oh, yeah, sounds like fun, right? Basically, you have to reach in and pull out all these parts. A bone, a claw. None of these things would ever be in your gravy because they would be removed. And, pleasant, right? I win! Wow! Fun! Totally! Awesome! No! Not fun. It's a waste of my time. Don't need to be doing it, but no. No. Because the guy said to me, you know, he was like, check this out. And I was like, hey, I should review this because people are going to want me to. I don't know why I did, though. Because I hate this game. I really do. I know I'm not yelling and screaming like I usually would, but I don't... What Mama never told you. Every year in the U.S., 300 million turkeys are killed for their flesh. Almost all spend their entire lives on factory farms and have no federal legal protections. Well, first of all, they're turkeys. Secondly, they're bred to be living on those farms, to be slaughtered. That's how they wouldn't survive anywhere else. Okay, get over it. I'm sorry, but it has to be said. It just wouldn't work. Oh, more. Web banner. Why would I want that? And I don't want to see that either. Huh? Oh yeah, I already did this. Thanks to you, Mama has had a change of heart. You've unlocked a bonus level. Mama loves animals. So how does helping her prepare a turkey in the most cruel way imaginable make her have a change of heart? I don't see how that makes sense. But fine. Ugh. Mama loves animals. Oh boy, mash the tofu. Oh great. This sounds delicious. Oddly enough, the bonus level has the easiest ones out of all of them. Because they actually respawn. I mean, maybe that was done on purpose. I don't know. Oh no, I mean, this one is all just rapidly clicking. Fun, right? No. No, the answer is no. Don't even consider that this might be enjoyable. Because it's not! Better than Mama. Ugh. Go away. Shape the I already know. Again, this is one that I didn't expect to be able to respond, but it does. I don't understand why this part is so much better than the other parts. I guess because they wanted to be smart. Be like, it's also easier to prepare tofu. Oh, shut up. Ugh. Tofu's disgusting. So is any soy product. I have to say that right now. Because where I work, like 80% of the burgers we sell is actually soybean. And they taste horrible. Because it's not meat. Soy is not equal to meat. Okay? Tofu is not equal to meat. It doesn't taste good. Okay? Ugh. Build a bit. Yeah, this is another really easy one. Why are these? Whatever. And the goal is to do this. In depth, right? Very creative. Totally enjoying myself. I swear. I win! Ugh. I swear to God. There's really not much you could say about this. I think I've played the entire game. Maybe there's... Oh, no, there is one more part. Which is the same thing as what we did before with the whole turning on the oven for a short amount of time, waiting for the gauge to go up, and then pressing it. Ooh. That's some hardcore shit right there. Yeah, no. Went a little bit past, but I blame that on the lag more than anything, but whatever. Is it even possible to run out of time there because of the gauge? I mean, the only way you can possibly run out of time is not hit the button fast enough, and if you don't, you're retarded, so... Ugh. Complete! Wow, doesn't it look delicious? It has carrots and peas, and I'm gonna assume those are potatoes, and a tofu turkey! Which doesn't look like a real turkey at all, and probably tastes like crap! Hooray! And what Mama never told you. Turkeys have unique personalities, just like dogs and cats. I know, all animals do. Some are social, and some are loners. People who live with turkeys and animal sanctuaries report they even have varying tastes in music. I know, because they're animals. Because humans are animals. Everything on the planet, I don't care what it is, has a unique personality. That's my belief. But that doesn't mean that you can't say we can't eat meat. Because the turkeys were bred to be killed, okay? It wouldn't matter if... I mean, at least killing them in the slaughterhouses is providing a food source. Because you're not going to get people to stop eating meat, Peta. No matter how hard you try, you're not going to do it. And if you guys want to release them into the wild, they'll die! They'll die! Delicious turkey-free recipes? Oh, delicious turkey-free... Okay. I thought it was... Never mind. And Mama loves animals wallpaper. Oh. No, thanks. I really want that. No, I don't. I don't. I just... Oh, my God. Huh. Wow. Isn't this nice, people? Oh, a rainbow. Peta... Maybe... I probably shouldn't say anymore, because I'm gonna make another rant regarding... I'm gonna say my thoughts about the whole milk and the ice cream thing. Because I really want to do that. Maybe sometime later, I don't know. This is just sad. I really wish they would have learned that the first time, but no. No, they didn't. Because of me. Mama loves animals. I don't see how eating meat automatically means you hate animals. That to me makes no sense. Because, let's think about this. Wolves and lions, tigers, and bears, oh my, all eat meat in the wild. How is that any different from humans eating meat? Oh, because humans are herbivores. No. You haven't seen my canines, okay? I'm like a fucking vampire. Okay, humans are omnivores. We eat both plants and animals. Okay, we're both carnivores and herbivores at the same time. It's just, no, I'm not doing that, by the way. I'm not becoming a vegetarian, because I like steak. And, you know what? I'm done talking about this. This was lame, I hated it, and I'm done. Have a nice fucking day.
The phone here. I know as soon as most of you clicked on this, you probably thought to yourself, hey, a new Darkness review. Surely we're gonna get to see him rant and rave about how horrible this game is. Oh my god, it's so bad. Let's listen to him scream and yell, because the game is just that bad. Well, I have one thing to say to you people. No. I refuse. But what I will do is discuss all the other reviews of this game, all the other bad reviews of this game, saying how horrible it is. Let's discuss something real quick.
I don't know how many times I've clicked on a review to this game, only to hear someone ranting and raving about how horrible this game is, and how much it sucks, and how much everything about it sucks, and how much they don't like it.
Playing a Barney game. You're not going to like it.
I mean, are you honestly gonna go into a video store, pick up this game, and expect to have fun with it when you're in your late teens or perhaps your early 20s, like most of the people I see reviewing this game? I mean, of course you're not gonna like it. It's Barney the fucking dinosaur. It'd be really creepy if you did like it.
I'm going to say this very slowly and spell it out for some of you. That way I get my point across.
This game was made for young children! And yet, about 100% of the time, whenever you click on a review for this game, which is usually done by someone who wouldn't be playing this game normally, someone who doesn't take into account that the game was designed for toddlers, you get this!
Oh my god! This game is so terrible! Oh my god! Oh my god! This game sucks so bad! What the fuck?
And I'm not saying I like this game by any means. On the contrary, I felt like shooting myself numerous times as I played this. But then again, I'm 17 years old. I should like it.
Whenever you go to review a game, you have to keep in mind what age group the game was meant for. Barney's hide and seek was obviously meant for 3-year-olds. That's why it's impossible to lose. And you know what? Compared to a lot of other games that were obviously meant for the same age group, Barney's a pretty good one.
The games I'm referring to are pretty much any Disney game you can find on the Sega Genesis or Super Nintendo console. For some reason, Disney had a bad habit of making their games ridiculously difficult to play, even for older gamers. Now, there are a few exceptions to this rule. For example, Aladdin and Mickey's World of Illusion, as well as The Jungle Book, weren't too hard, but games like Toy Story and The Lion King, and of course Mickey Mania, are just absolutely ridiculous to play, even for older gamers, and they're marketed for young children. Did Disney really expect young children to be able to play, let alone beat these games?
Why did these developers feel the need to make these games so ridiculously hard? Sure, someone my age could beat them without too much of a problem, with the exception of maybe Mickey Mania, which is ridiculous. But, for a little kid who probably would be playing those games for the fun because they like the movies, would have such a hard time playing them, and it just doesn't make any sense for you to do that. Why would you make a game hard when it's meant for a young kid? That's just stupid. But that's a whole other rant entirely.
I could rant all day about that, but let's actually dwell into the actual game before we end this little rant/review. Barney's Hide and Seek is a standard platformer. It's really watered down in terms of its gameplay. Now, the controls work fine, you can only jump at certain points when Barney wants you to, for some reason. It really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I don't know why he doesn't let you jump. I guess it's to keep little kids from dying, because it's literally impossible to die as far as I can tell. The goal of each level is to find all the kids and find all the toys that are hidden in the level. That's literally all you do. And you can actually go through an entire level without finding anything, and you'll still win the game. It's that easy. Again, it's for little kids, so what do you expect? There's a lot of shit that's interactive. There is a lot of stuff that's interactive. You'll find, all these drums and stuff, and there's a total of about only 4 levels in the game, so it's also extremely short. I said interactive. Barney can use his magic to make stuff move, like, this silly drum. There's a lot of stuff moving around. It's very, very good for young players, to see all this, be able to do all this stuff. I remember playing this when I was really young, and I'm talking I was like 4 or 5, if that. And I was having fun with this game because I was so little, and I liked Barney, and who didn't when you were little? I was having fun with this game. And, there's stuff to ride on. You can, get on turtles, and some of the other levels is clouds, and there's just a lot of stuff, and the levels are very unique in that fashion, and the game doesn't look half bad either. The music could use some work, but they're all renditions of the Barney songs from the television show, I think. I really don't remember, but they sound like they are. But, yeah. And remember what I said about finding all the kids and the toys? As far as I can tell, this really doesn't do anything in terms of your gameplay. I managed to find them all for one of the levels, and all that really happens is that Barney says stupendous, and that's about it, and he counts to 10. That's all. If there's something you get for getting finding every kid and finding every toy in every level, which I'm not gonna do because I couldn't play this game for that long, I don't know what it is, so don't ask me. If you really want to know that badly, which I doubt you do, play the game for yourself. But if you're as old as me, or a little bit younger, and definitely if you're older than me, don't play the game. It's for 3-year-olds, alright? It's for fans of Barney. If you're not a fan of Barney, don't play the game because you won't like it. Trust me. I'm done. Have a nice fucking day, everybody. You know, if you look hard enough, it's not all too difficult to find games, especially throughout gaming history, that were made specifically for females, especially ones based off the ever-popular Barbie franchise. During the course of this little review of mine, I'm going to cover 3 of these games. First one being Barbie for the NES. Now, Barbie games have been known to, well, suck terribly. Once Upon a Dream, wow, what a great book. I love reading about mermaids, but yawn. I'm getting sleepy now. I need my rest. Tomorrow's a busy day. Could they drag this out anymore? I'm having lunch at the soda shop. I don't care. Going swimming at the beach. Still don't care. Meeting Ken at the party tomorrow. Really don't give a fuck about your perfect little life. But, yawn, didn't you already say that? First, I have to go to the mall and... I couldn't even read that, I don't care. So much to do. What do you have to do? Those aren't busy things, that's recreation. Get a job! Anyway, we start the game, and we begin to realize, holy shit! The graphics of the game are not much better than those of Action 52. I think I can honestly say that. Where am I, and why the fuck is there a tennis racket trying to kill me? What am I throwing? And as for the music, well, have a listen. One of the main problems with this game is that I don't have a clue what the hell I'm doing. I'm throwing what I think might be pet food. And I think I have to feed the pets and get them to do something, but I can't figure out how to get the fuck over this freaking wall. What do I do? I mean, I'm giving this parrot toucan Sam guy a freaking... I don't even know. It doesn't even look like pet food. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. There's tennis rackets trying to kill me. What the fuck? What the hell am I supposed to do? I really cannot figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do. And if I can't figure out, how the hell is a 6-year-old girl supposed to figure it out? That's what the game's designed for. It's designed for young children. So, I mean, I would like to give the game some lenience in terms of that, but when I can't figure out what the fuck I'm supposed to do, how the hell is a 6-year-old supposed to figure it out? I mean, games for young children should be pretty straightforward and simple. But this is fucking ridiculous. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm still wondering why the hell tennis rackets are trying to murder Barbie. I mean, I know she's a plastic whore, but that's not the point. And I die. Oh, okay. Fine. Just kill me. Should I go back to sleep? Should I wake up? I don't care. Just get the fuck off. Get the fuck off my screen. Moving on to our next game. This game was made for the Sega Genesis, and this one I have a personal experience with because my sister had it. My parents got it for us to play on my Sega Genesis. Barbie Supermodel. We can see this is not going to go very well. So, the options are right in the beginning of the game, similar to the way Home Alone was laid out, not a big deal. And we start the game with Barbie dreaming about something, I don't know, tells you what to do, what everything is, blah blah blah. And the point of the game is to drive across the city, I guess, to somewhere where I'm not sure where, and it's ridiculous. Listen to the music. It's fucking horrible. I don't know who wrote the music, but it just keeps droning on and on and on. This is one of these little mini-game challenges, where you actually have to match Barbie with a cover of the magazine. No. I don't care to do this? I really don't understand what the point of this is. Okay, so now I have to choose a color. I don't remember what it was. Do you? I don't. Dress yourself. This is fucking ridiculous. What the hell am I supposed to... Okay, fine, whatever. Just continue with the game. You can even call this a game. Getting to the end of the street, we find out the reason she had to drive across town was to get to the practice room so she could practice for being a supermodel. Now, why the fuck did I have to drive across the entire freaking town just to practice in a special practice room? That's fucking retarded. Let's speed this up. This is tedious. Because this is all you have to do. You just go back and forth, dodging cars, because apparently Barbie's too self-centered and has to drive faster than everyone else because she has a nice pink convertible and everyone else has a worn-down jalopy of a vehicle. So, Barbie's on the stage. You have to repeat the pattern that you practiced in the practice room for some reason. And, yeah, this is the game. I'm not kidding. This is the game. Wow. Wow! I'm just enthralled at how... What was that? In the second level... Well, you know what? I'll give the game some credit on this part. At least they tried to mix it up a bit. Because now she's roller skating. On a beach with sand. Have you ever tried to roller skate in sand? It's stupid. Yeah, music's bad too. Moving on. I'm done with that game. But those two games cannot pale in comparison to our next installment. This one is another game for the Sega Genesis. Again, based off Barbie. Barbie Vacation Adventure. Sorry if I sound sad, but I've had to play this game for a little over an hour, and I about killed myself. This is worse. Well, maybe not worse than the first one. I don't really know. I don't care. Well, you get to enter your name. Well, this is nice. Let's see, D, A. This is so tedious. I don't care. R. Why do I have to enter my name? Aren't you playing as Barbie? K. Oh shit, darkness isn't gonna fit. Aha! Darky! I have outsmarted you, game! Fear my wrath! Oh, now everyone's gonna start calling me that. Damn it. Well. Now, the game is actually a bit different in the sense that you have to decide where Barbie goes. She can go to Wyoming, Iowa, Texas, Florida, or California. Yay! And I guess the sun is there for no apparent reason. Whatever. I guess we'll go camping first, because I don't care. Okay, and you get to choose Barbie's outfit. Okay. Whatever. I guess it's an added feature they threw in at the last minute just to satisfy young girls who would be playing this. Which I guess it isn't that bad of a thing since, you know, Barbie is based off, you know, dress up. She's a doll, so I guess in that aspect it wouldn't be that bad. Will you help me set up my tent? No! The tent should look like this. Okay. What are you fucking kidding me?! I literally have to do a puzzle. Like a literal puzzle. Wow, this is boring. What's the point of this? Next part of the game involves me. Barbie wants to go on a walk, and apparently there's a shit. Wait, why the hell do I die from that? Why can't she just walk through? Oh, I'm sorry if your special designer boots got ruined, Barbie. Excuse me! You mean to tell me she gets her ankles wet and I have to restart the entire fucking thing? What's the point of that? As for the graphics, well, I guess they're not terrible, but even so, it's still... The gameplay, I mean, I'm not even controlling how far she jumps. I press any of the buttons, and she'll jump a certain distance, so I have to basically line her up, which sounds easy, but you have to be very precise with your jumping, otherwise she'll fall and get her precious ankles wet. What the fuck? Let's try this again. Damn it! This is gonna take some time. Now that we've got past that, we get to the next part of this area. And what do we do here, Barbie? Let's take some photographs of the animals. You can use the viewfinder to take the pictures. Okay. Oh. So Barbie's walking along and I have to take... It's a squirrel! Must take picture. I missed! This is literally what I'm doing. And every time I take a picture of an animal, I get 50 points. 50 useless fucking points. Yay! What the fuck is the point of this? This is stupid! I mean, I know it's designed for young girls, but this is just retarded. Ugh, that was great. We can try somewhere else now. Why? Dear Darky, I have been camping... She wrote me a letter. Love, Barbie. No, I don't want your letters. You do not send the Dark Lord letters. The Dark Lord is not impressed by your act of letter writing. Whatever. Where do we go now? Let's go to Iowa, I guess. The county carnival. Okay, so after we catch a pig, seriously, we just caught a pig, we go off to play some carnival games. In a very, very stereotypical, country carnival. This is kind of, I don't know what you call it, whatever. So you play carnival games. That's what you do, and you have to knock down all the cans. You get about a minute to do this, and it's really not that hard. All you do is keep the cursor in the same spot and throw at the right time, and it's not hard to get the timing right, because you don't have to be very precise with things. You just gotta throw until you hit all 3 cans on all, I don't know how many piles of cans there are, but you have to hit all the cans. And what do you get out of it? More points. Other than that, you get nothing! So, you hit the target for 1,000 points. I don't know what target they're talking about, but whatever. So, I mean, this is it. There's more mini games, but I don't feel like showing you them because they're even more retarded. But, I mean, what? I know it's designed for young girls, but I don't think even little girls would have fun with this. They'd probably rather play with the actual Barbie dolls. That, to me, would make more sense. So, moving on to Florida, I don't have any clue what I'm doing. I'm trying to go to the scuba area, and I don't know how to get there, so let's try the beach area. Nope. Nope, not getting over there either, for some reason. Okay, game. Would you mind informing me as to what the fuck you want me to do? I'm pressing up and pressing every button. I don't know what the game wants. The beach was fun. Let's go somewhere No, I'm trying to get to the beach, you bastard. Where do I go? Where do I go? Hello? Someone tell me. I'm sorry. I mean, it's probably something really simple, but I just don't know what the fuck the game wants me to do. Still walking back and forth. I don't know. I really don't know what. Okay, fine. Just take me somewhere different. I don't care about this damn game. I don't care if I don't get to try everything out. It's probably gonna be something retarded that's gonna make me mad. Getting back to the map screen of death. Let's try Texas. Just go to Texas. I don't care. Just go to Texas. For some reason, I don't know what's in Texas. Probably some kind of, again, a stereo. Oh yeah, of course, it's a freaking rodeo. Great. This is gonna be bad. So, what do you do here in Texas? Well, you choose a horse. I guess I'll just take this one. And you, I swear to God. Get it done! Get it done! What? I didn't knock down any! Is it maybe the last one? So again, I guess one is too many. That's fucking retarded. And moving back, going to California, you're back in Barbie's house, and I have to go look for her gifts by moving a cursor around the screen. Oh, great! This is probably going to be a whittled down version of the Scooby-Doo game, which was annoying enough. What fun! I found one, and now I have to guess what it is. Okay, I'll guess a book. I don't know. I don't know why I'm doing this. Can't I just open the damn gift? Why the fuck do I have to guess what it is? I mean, that's... Okay, I guess I'll have another guess. Is it this? You mean to tell me that I'm not gonna open it unless I guess what it is? You fucking cheap bastards! Oh! I have guessed correctly. It's some new clothes. Oh! Oh! That's good! This is fucking retarded! I hate this game! I hate all three of these games! I'm done! Have a nice fucking day! Now, I chose to review this game for a certain reason. It's just been a really controversial game. Not because of its content, but because there's just very, very different opinions. It's either a love it or a hate it situation with this game. It's either people think it's totally awesome and underrated, or people utterly despise it in every fiber of its being. And I decided I would pick up the game and see what I thought about it. And I gotta say, I'm leaning towards the utterly despise it right now. I'm sorry, people who like this game, but I really have a lot of problems, and I will voice those, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna sit here and bash the game for no reason. You guys know me, I always come up with something to complain about, and I always have proof to back up what I say. And again, and as a disclaimer, I will say if you like the game, good for you. Like it, enjoy it. I'm just voicing my opinion in this review. So let's go over the game. I want to cover the positive points first. First of all, I don't actually think the plot is that bad. The plot's been bashed a lot for being cliche, and it does turn around and punch you in the face later on, which I'll get to later in the negatives. But in the beginning, it's actually a really interesting plot because you really don't know what's going on. It's a very cinematic game that leads into you know the graphics and presentation. It's a very, very good presentation of the game. It looks great. It looks amazing. It looks really awesome. So graphics, you know, I have no problems with the graphics. I haven't seen hardly any graphical flaws. If there are some, they aren't something I care about. There's just a lot of scripted events that happen throughout the game. Things that'll happen where, you know, you're going along and all of a sudden, oh shit, the building's collapsing. What the fuck do you do? Well, you gotta figure that out. Try to get out. You don't get out. You fall out. But you save yourself as part of the scripted event. It goes from gameplay to cutscene almost seamlessly, and I really do like that about this game. There's very, very rarely a load time. There always seems to be a load time in between when stages are split apart or in between the different levels. But other than that, there's virtually no load time. You don't have to wait for loading for cutscenes or anything like that, unlike with other certain games I won't mention. Another thing I really love about the game is the sound. Music, I love the music. The soundtrack is amazing. It's so good the developers even wised up and realized how good it was and released a soundtrack edition of the game that comes with a CD with the music on it, and I'm glad I did that. That's why I got the soundtrack version. So the music is very good, and I don't know why, but there's a lot of critics who bash the voice acting, which I didn't even find that bad. It's not that bad. It's not horrible. I mean, I've definitely heard worse. Believe me, I have heard way worse voice acting than this. I mean, it's not like, you know, the most amazing voice acting I've ever heard, but it's by no means the worst, like a lot of critics are saying. So that's completely wrong. But unfortunately, that's about where the positives end, as far as I'm concerned. The game suffers from a lot of issues that I want to cover right now, mainly involving the controls. The controls are absolute crap. The controls are some of the worst I've ever seen in a game. They're worse than the original Resident Evils, and I mean that. The thing with the Resident Evil controls is you can actually aim where you're going because your character controls like a tank. Here, it doesn't give you that benefit. You can't turn on a rotational axis. You have to feel the controls to understand what I'm talking about. And even the people who like the game admit, yeah, the controls are pretty much shit in terms of walking around. But it's not just walking around either. It's doing anything. You just feel like, you know, you're just struggling to do everything because of how bad and crippled the controls are. And another problem is that the A button is used for everything. Like everything you will be using the A button for, as far as picking stuff up, activating switches, etc., etc. You're going to be using the A button constantly. And this can prove problematic, especially when you're trying to pick up a specific item that's on the ground. It's on the ground next to another item. Commonly, you'll pick up the wrong item and have to go back and try to pick up the other one. And that's annoying and a waste of time. Speaking of items, there's a lot of issues I have with the items as well. The problem with the items is that they give you the ability to combine stuff, which is fine. But the problem is, a lot of the time you'll have to recombine things in order to use them. Again, because you'll run out of whatever you combine something with. That's really aggravating. Like, for example, the flashlight is one of the biggest, the one who's most guilty of this. The flashlight, I don't know what kind of batteries I keep picking up, but they must be the crappiest batteries ever constructed, because they last maybe 2 minutes, maybe even 3 minutes, but no more, and then they'll completely crap out on you. No battery runs out that quickly. I don't care if they're dollar store batteries. They're going to last you for at least a couple hours. But a lot of the time your inventory spaces will be taken up by batteries. Batteries! That's unnecessary. There's no reason to have this many stupid ass batteries. And every time the battery completely drains, you have to recombine the other batteries with the flashlight. Can't he do that automatically? Because he automatically reloads with the gun, so you don't have to worry about doing that. But you have to keep doing it with the stupid ass flashlight. That's just stupid, okay? Another thing that you actually need the flashlight for is this damn black oil. I hate this oil so much. It is such a pain in my ass because, number one, you first meet the oil in the sewer part, which is fine. But the problem is that there's a cutscene right before the oil. Again, fine. You can't skip this cutscene, and they checkpoint you right before the cutscene. Not fine. So every time you die to this black oil, you have to keep rewatching this damn cutscene. I got pretty sick of it really fast. The thing with the oil is that it doesn't like the light. So you have to use your flashlight to get past it. Okay, sounds simple enough. No, it's not. Because if there's even a little bit of oil behind you, that oil is going to sneak in from behind you and eat you. So you have to make sure that every last bit of that oil is in front of you by pointing the flashlight in the right direction, which happens to be a pain in the ass, not just on the first part, but on the second part that comes right after it. And while I'm on the topic of combining things, some puzzles have to be solved in some of the most retarded ways I've ever seen in my life. One of the puzzles had me stuck until it dawned on me a solution that someone had mentioned in another review I saw. Do you want to know what you have to do for most of the game to beat a lot of these puzzles? You have to pour alcohol on your gun to create flaming bullets. Who the hell would ever think to do that. And why? That would not work. I'm sorry, but that would not work. That's just stupid to even consider. Oh, I have a bottle of alcohol here, and I have a gun. I'm gonna pour this alcohol in this gun, and I'll have flaming bullets. No, you wouldn't. Your gun would burst into flame. That's what would happen. You wouldn't have flaming fucking bullets, okay? The hint even tells you pour it on your gun. Maybe I could believe it if you combine the gun with the bullets, but you combine it with the gun. So what the fuck? I don't understand that logic or why they would ever think that might be a good idea. Yet another flaw with the game is the enemy AI. The enemies in this game are some of the most retarded enemies I've ever seen in my life. They're worse than the Ninja Gaiden 2 AI. And that was pretty shitty AI, let me tell you. The enemies in this game will do some of the stupidest things, yet at the same time feel ridiculously smart because they'll almost never let you even get back up to fight them. But at the same time, they'll get stuck on things. Look at this. I'm just standing here. I'm waiting. Any day now, buddy. I'm waiting for you. You still stuck on that door? Alright, I'll come back to you later. Anyway, let's move on to a different topic besides the stupid enemy AI. The fighting is also a bit crippled because of the controls. Once again, with the fighting, you pick up an item and you have to swing it around with the right analog stick. Fine, that actually makes sense. It's an interesting idea, but it's very awkward to do this because of the way they handle the controls. And you have to get fire. You can't kill an enemy without the fire. And I can understand that it might make combat a little bit more interesting, but it's still kind of a pain in the ass, especially when there's no fire around. So how are you supposed to kill the enemy? Oh right, you combine alcohol with your gun to make flaming bullets. Oh my god. You need fire for all the enemies, almost all the enemies, except for the little ones that might explode on contact. But for the bigger ones, the human-sized ones, you're gonna need fire, and you can't beat them without that. And yeah, I understand that goes along with the game and its plot and everything, but it's still really aggravating when the game doesn't give you the fire you need. Yet another issue with the game is the driving. The driving is some of the worst I've ever seen in my life. You really have to feel the driving to understand just how bad it is. But let me tell you, it's some of the shittiest driving ever. And I mean that. It's bad. The control with the driving is very awkward. Your car's gonna skid a lot. And it's not just and a lot of the professional reviewers complain about the driving being hard. That's the problem. It's really easy to drive. That's not it at all. The problem with the driving, like I said, it controls badly, and the other issue I have with it is there are frequent glitches that comes with the driving. Sometimes you'll hit an item and you'll run over it. Other times you'll hit that same item and you'll fly 20 feet in the other direction. It's very inconsistent. There have been times I've hit a breakable pole in this first driving sequence that you're supposed to go right through. I stopped dead like I hit a wall. And there's another example. I could drive over these cracks right here, but for some reason, this particular crack, even if it's low as hell, there's just a wall there. I can't get over it. How the fuck do you program that? There's no reason to do. It's like you programmed a wall there. Just a wall. And it would be one thing if my car, tried to get up but couldn't. I could understand that. But you stop like you hit a real fucking wall. You just stop dead. Same thing goes for anything in the game. Trees, light poles, bushes. You stop dead. Like you hit. It doesn't make any sense. Let's check back with our friend. Still stuck in the door? Are you phasing through the wall? What are you doing? Oh my god. Stop. Are you just staring at me? Is that really all you're gonna do? Really? Really now? Just stare? I can stare all day. You wanna have a staring contest? Let's go. Come on, bring it. Going back to a negative part of the presentation, they set it up sort of like it's a DVD or a television show, where you can actually select the episodes, which is fine, but you don't need to unlock the episodes. You can just skip past certain points. I think this is kinda dumb, because it makes it so you don't actually have to play the game. You can just skip everything. Why would you give us the option of doing that? Tell me. Tell me right now. I want to fucking know. That's just dumb. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you do that? But there is a problem here. Near the end of the game, you're going to come to a part where the mission is you kill trees. There are evil trees scattered around Central Park that you have to kill. Fine. How many are there? Well, too many, first of all. The other problem is that they don't fight back, so there's no reason that you would even care about fighting them. You'd ignore them otherwise, believe me, if the game didn't force you to do it. But the other problem with them is that just this one part with these trees that are boring as hell, by the way. You can't skip it. You can skip any other part in the game, but you can't skip the fucking trees. Why? You let us skip everything else, even the potentially fun parts of the game, but you can't let us skip the most boring part of the game that I don't think anyone would want to do. You can't let us skip that. And I know why, because, you know, we need our psychic energy up and, you know, everything, so it goes along with the plot. But if you're gonna stop us, at least give us an entertaining mission to do, not just drive around, and kill fucking trees that don't fight back! The only enemies you have to worry about here are the standard ones you just light on fire and they die instantly, so what the fuck is the point? Don't fucking make me kill the fucking trees! It's a waste of my time! Okay, buddy, this is getting real old. I would like you to figure out a way through the door, okay? I've been standing here for about 2 minutes, and it's really starting to try my patience. You should really consider finding a way to get through to get me. I mean, I know you're trying to hit me and all, and you're trying to do stuff, but I mean, it's been quite a while. I think you should figure it out. One last thing before I end this review. Spoiler warning! I have an issue with the endings. The endings are really bad. Both of them. There's only 2. And I'll explain how they work, just so you can explain my problem with the endings. The endings are, you go into this room and everything. I'm not going to explain the details about how you get there. I'll try to spoil as little as possible. But it ends up that Lucifer is trying to take over. I believe her name was Sarah. Your girlfriend. I think her name was Sarah, but I could be wrong. The girl. He's trying to take over the girl, and you have 2 choices. You could either A, kill her to stop Lucifer, or B, let her live and see what happens. Well, let's see. If you kill her, Lucifer jumps out and takes over you, and you lose. If you let her live, Lucifer takes over her, and you lose. And that's it. Those are the endings. What the fuck? So, basically, you made me play through this entire game to get up to the endings, and I still lose. No matter what choice I make. I just lose. That's it. That's the end. What was the point of playing? If I was going to lose either way in the end, why the fuck would I even bother playing the fucking game, okay? It's a waste of fucking time if in the end, I'm just going to lose. Don't make me play the fucking game if I'm just gonna lose. Or at least give us a third ending that's actually decent. All I'm asking is for one of the endings to be good. But no, both of them suck. Both of them have you fail and be sad, and that's it. That's the end. There's no more. That's it. It's stupid. I hate that. Overall, though the game looks good and has a nice presentation, I can't excuse the gameplay flaws, which are obvious. They're all over the place. There's enemy AI flaws all over the place. It's just ridiculous. This game, I started playing it while I was still working on my last review. It actually made me, at one point, rather play Sonic Next Gen. And I'm not joking. It actually did that. It's that bad. I don't advise even attempting to play the game, okay? I'm sorry to people who like it, but it's it's a shit game. It really is. So, that's all I gotta say, guys. I'm done. Have a nice fucking day. God damn, this game sucks. So, you gonna try hitting me, or... What?!
Fuck you anyway.
especially for the Sega Genesis, has got to be one of the most glitched out games I've ever fucking seen in my entire fucking life! Ever! I don't understand the developers' logic with this one. And if they thought, that this game was ready to be released in its current state, they're on crack. That's what they're on. I know exactly what they're on, and it's crack. I know it is. You start off the game, and instantly, the music is going to make your fucking ears bleed. Because the music in this game is absolutely terrible, and just a forewarning, and this is horrible to say, but the tune you're hearing right now is actually the best one in the entire game. Everything else is even worse. And yeah, that's pretty fucking bad. And another really annoying part about this game is, until you realize just how to jump on enemies, you're stuck using magic, which runs out ridiculously quickly, because they don't give you enough of these flying books, which is used, to get magic. And because you can't attack your enemies until you realize how to jump on them, you're gonna die a lot, as you see. And as for jumping on enemies, what you actually have to do is hold down when you jump. Hold down and you'll jump on them. Isn't that fucking amazing? Who would have thought to do that? And why would they just throw out the logic that Mario started when you just standard jump on enemies? It's fucking stupid. And don't touch that fairy, by the way, because it's gonna send you here. And besides, the first reason for not being here is that you don't even have to go through this part of the stage. This place is hell. I hate this stupid underwater level. This place is not friendly at all. And you're gonna die here a lot, and lose even more lives. Awesome! And that's just friggin' wonderful! I love dying over and over and over again, for stupid reasons! You're gonna die constantly in this game. And I mean constantly! And like I said, there is literally no reason for you to be here. And speaking of dying, when you finally run out of lives and you die, well, what happens? Well, you're gonna go to the continue screen. You get 3 continues in the game. You can't get any more than that. You can't get more lives, but you can't get any more continues. But when you use a continue, you go back here. The beginning of the level. Well, isn't that just dandy? That's just... wow, I love this level so much. What fun! God damn it! Whose idea was this? Why would they send you back to the beginning of the damn level? At least send me back to the beginning of the first part. When you lose a life, by the way, yeah, that's where you start. You start back at the beginning of each area, I guess you could say. And in case you haven't noticed by now, these platforms are absolutely ridiculous. The platforming in this game is a fucking joke. Because besides the controls being absolutely atrocious, the platforms move in such erratic patterns that it's almost impossible for you to do anything in the first place. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. And I hate it. As most people do. You're gonna find yourself, jumping past the platforms because they'll constantly speed up and speed down. It's stupid as hell. God damn it! Whose idea was this? Who? I want names! And when you finally do manage to make it to the end of this area of all hell, what do you find? Oh! This doesn't look familiar at all. Strange. Now, everyone hold the phone and don't panic. This actually isn't just reversing you back to the start of the level. You're not backtracking here. This is a different part. Although it doesn't look like it, it's a different area. Which, thank God. And you actually do need to be here. For once. And in this area you actually find this door, which leads to a bonus area. Which is nice, I suppose. I don't mind this so much. Although, you'll lose if you hit one enemy. But in most of them, it's pretty easy to dodge, so it's not that big a deal. But seriously, though, this entire game is just so glitched out! And you have to get the music note in each stage. There's more than one in the later areas. In the first level, there's only one, which is in that long-ass water area, not the underwater area. That place is unnecessary to go for that reason, because the music note isn't there. It's the other area that took forever. And now we actually get to the second level. It's a miracle! This level is also absolutely atrocious. There's nothing, so much bad about this game, I don't even know what to say anymore. There's so much to say. In case you haven't noticed by now, there is a foreground, and although it's nice, it has a bad habit of getting in your way, so you can't see what you're doing. The foreground is too large. And this area is a perfect example of another one of the problems of this game. Not being able to tell what you can and cannot jump on. This area has this problem immensely. It's the first example, the first good example, and there's plenty more examples later in the game, but I didn't play that far through, because I got sick of it. You want to know what this game makes you feel like doing? As you play this game, you will gradually feel the urge to get up, go out to your shed, and smack yourself in the face with a shovel. That's how this game makes you feel. It's that bad. Do not play it. I cannot emphasize this enough. I'm done. Have a nice fucking day.
Hey everyone, this is going to be a short disclaimer before I actually begin this review. I just wanted to start by saying this is going to be a little bit different to what you may be used to from me in terms of reviewing. It's going to be a lot like the Brave Fencer Musashi review, in which I'll be recording with this camera directly at my TV as I play. Now, don't worry, it's not going to be nearly as long as the Brave Fencer Musashi review was. I'm going to try to keep this to one part if I can. I just wanted to show this game in its actual context, with my own footage, without, showing footage that I've gotten from the internet. Just, show me playing the game, and show you, in essence, what this game is about. What's this game about? Killing zombies. Enjoy. Alright, like I said, this is going to be a sort of a bootleg type review, just because I wanted to do my own footage. And this is the only way I'm capable of doing that. Don't know where I saved last time. Hopefully it's not in a bad spot like Brave Fencer Musashi was. So yeah, let's just start talking about this game. Now, as I said, the game is about killing zombies, essentially, but there is actually a pretty decent plot to it, which is something honestly surprising. Now, the plot is essentially that you play as a character named Frank West. He's a freelance photojournalist who gets a tip that there's something big going on in a town called Willamette in Colorado. And he hires a pilot to take him out there, and he lands on the mall, and he gets to the town discovering that the town is infested with zombies. So it's actually a pretty decent plot, and Capcom's always been known to give good plots. The gameplay is pretty tight. It works really well, and one of the key features of this game is the ability to use anything as a weapon. And when I say anything, I mean anything. Once I get into the actual mall, you're going to see what I mean when I say that. At the moment you can see I'm using a sledgehammer, but I have a few other items here, such as a shovel, and there's a lot of... I have a scythe, there's a knife right here that the zombie just dropped. I don't know why the zombie's carrying a knife, but whatever. And you can go into first person, throw the weapons you use. You can pick them up again, but I don't really need the knife, I don't really like that weapon. The scythe is definitely my favorite for its insta-kill and just because it's cool. And the fact that you're in a mall leaves many, many options, for weapons in terms of that. And one thing I'll cover right now is if you go to a bookstore, you can get out a certain book, and depending on which book you pick up, that will give you certain abilities to use. Like this one, yeah, see, I haven't picked one up in the save. It really depends what types. Like, there's like lawn care books that'll let you use garden tools better. So, it's a pretty interesting feature. It lets you strategize for the type of weapon you want to use. And, there's guns too, but does anyone really use guns? I mean, is that really necessary? No, it's not. I mean, the point of this game is not to use guns, it's to use anything else. I mean, look at this. Do you see what I'm holding right now? The teddy bear. I just broke a window with a teddy bear and now I'm beating a zombie to death with it. That is funny as hell to me. I'm actually killing zombies with this gigantic teddy bear. I mean, that's just... that type of humor involved. Just the freedom the game allows is just absolutely extraordinary. And there was this references to other Capcom games. You see the serve bots there if you ever played the Mega Man Legend games. And there's just a lot of humor. Of course, you could take pictures too. And it depends on how many points you get, depending on how good the picture is. And the point system allows you to level up, Frank, with gaining more life, more item slots, and more melee moves. The melee moves are pretty fun to do because there's a lot of them, but you probably won't be using those very often just because you'll be picking up weapons pretty much constantly. There's really not a time when you're gonna find yourself without a weapon. But there are definitely certain occasions where you will. There's certain times when you just like can't find a weapon and you'll be pissed off just because of where the game takes you. But that usually only happens if you're following the plot. If you're not following the plot, then it's not really a problem. And I'm early on in the game, so there's not many zombies here. So yeah, that covers the very basis of the game. And the graphics are pretty good. Not amazing, but they're decent. And that's all that's required because graphics don't make a game, and the gameplay more than makes up for that. So let's move on. Yeah, if there's any boss I found creepy, it was definitely this one.
Everyone used to laugh at me.
I don't like this clown very much. I have to admit that. It was definitely one of the better boss fights, though. Probably my favorite out of the entire game. And this one wasn't pure bullshit. So I could actually avoid getting hit by this one. This is a pretty good boss fight. I mean, not all the boss fights are bad. The boss fights range from really annoying to really creepy, yet good at the same time. I don't like a clown with two chainsaws. That should really laughs like that. It's really disturbing. I'm gonna walk, Frank. I'd walk away if I were you. I mean, seriously, you might want to back up there, buddy. Just walk away. Well, that's kind of creepy. Frank, seriously, you can run now. Clown, chainsaws, nuts, run! He's actually pretty easy if you know where to hit him. A lot of the boss fights require understanding when they're going to attack and how they're going to attack. This boss actually puts up a fucking fight because he can actually block your bullets. A lot of bosses lack this ability for some reason, or to avoid your bullets altogether. Some of them just don't do it. Ow! That hurt! That guitar didn't last very long, did it? Like for me, I have a shovel. Some professional reviewers complain about this game that the bosses you had to use guns for. That is not true. You don't have to use guns for some bosses. Now there are certain bosses that require guns, but this is not one of them. Okay, I killed him. Thank God. Take his weapon, which is actually one of the best weapons of the game. Just so everyone knows. And so this is one of the parts where the game, if you beat the boss, basically, you actually don't have to fight hardly any of the bosses. You only do that. Some of the bosses are only for trying to rescue people. Some of the bosses are part of the plot. Neither of which you have to do. I mean, you can go through this entire game just killing zombies for fun. You'll probably get a horrible ending. I never actually gotten that ending, so I can't say, because there are multiple endings to this game depending on what you do and how you play. But yeah, usually I go for the perfect ending, which is, rescuing almost all the people and everything. And here is, if you can, well, you probably can tell, but you can't read it. Not because of the camera. One of the problems with this game is that the text, as in the on-screen text, where, yeah, it's a really powerful weapon, in case you couldn't tell. Text for reading when people are talking to you or telling you about stuff, the text is almost impossible to read. And that is my only complaint with this game. My only valid complaint, my only real problem I have with the game is that fucking text is so fucking small. It's ridiculous. I don't know why the the text so damn small, but they sure as hell did. It's like almost impossible to read anything. Oh, Crazy's getting attacked. Yeah, people you're escorting are actually really, 9 times out of 10, they're really stupid. Not a problem. But not a big one. I can get past that, but if I could actually read what people are trying to tell me, like normally people are literally talking in cutscenes and stuff when they're saying anything really important, but sometimes they're just, ow, Jesus Christ. Sometimes they're, talking in text and I can't read it. I mean, after a while you get used to it, you are able to read it, but, and looking at it, that's really not a big problem, and it isn't really a big problem. So, and otherwise, this game kicks major ass. Well, in closing, all I gotta say is that if you own a 360, and if you haven't played this game, you're missing out. Because this game is a lot of fun. There's so much about it that's awesome. I've hardly even touched the surface of this review. You really have to play it in order to really understand just how awesome it is. Take it from me. It's a great game. If you own a 360 and you don't have it, get it. And if you're thinking about getting the 360, this is a must-buy. So, yeah. So, the game's awesome. I'm done. Have a nice fucking day. And, I'm gonna kill some zombies now.
I'm probably not going to be doing too many of these. The only reason I'm doing this one is because I owe a certain someone a review. Because she wanted. And because I told her I'd do it. And I am a man of my word, contrary to popular belief. And it is better late than never. Although I do owe her a huge apology for how long this took. But let me get to the review first. I'm going to be reviewing a game called Claymates. The game starts out by telling you the story. The story goes that you're the son of this scientist, and your name is Clayton, which surely is no pun intended. And your father has come up with this serum that apparently, when mixed with clay, allows people the power to turn into whatever animal they choose. And this tiki guy shows up and demands the serum. They say no, he turns you into a ball of clay, he kidnaps your father, and it's your job as a ball of clay to save your father. Then the game brings you to the map screen. Now the map screen I will talk about as soon as I talk about the main game. The main game is a standard platformer, only with a slight twist. It goes about as regular as you would expect. You're a ball of clay, you're jumping around, you're killing enemies. Big whoop. During the course of the levels, however, you're to run into smaller balls of clay. Each one, depending on the color, will turn you into a different animal, and each animal has a different movement speed and a different attack they can use. As for problems with the game, well, the music's not too bad. It's really childish though, but given the game's style, it's not really a bad thing, and the graphics are just okay. I've seen better on the Super Nintendo, but I've seen far, far worse. And as for real problems with the game, the only two issues I have with the game, as far as the main gameplay goes, is one, it's really slow pace. As someone who prefers platformers like Sonic the Hedgehog, this was kind of a disappointment to me. Even Mario is faster than this most of the time. It's not really something that takes away from the game. It plays well and all. But another issue is just that the game, at least to me, got dull after a while. It's not something I would play for any length of time. But quickly though, I want to mention the map screen. The map screen, you're controlling freely. The map screen is an overhead view, and once you beat a level, these robots will come out to allow the robots to clear the path for you. This, actually, I think is kind of cool. It makes the player work to get to the next level. Most of the puzzles are pretty easy, but they do get progressively harder as more obstacles are added over time. Overall, this game's not too bad, though I'd put it more in the mediocre range. It's a decent platformer, and I think people who are into slow-paced games like this would really have fun with this game. So that's really all I gotta say about this one. There wasn't much to say to begin with, but one last thing I want to say is, Moon Crystal, I am sorry this took so long. Sonic and the Black Knight is a game that, even before its release, was already being unfairly bashed. I believe the bashing was the result of two main things. The first thing is that Sonic and the Black Knight is the next installment in what's being called the Sonic Storybook series. The series seems to be disliked by many people for reasons I don't fully understand. The second thing is that this time Sega went with a different sort of gimmick, and people seem to dislike that, but I don't feel that's really fair to the game, and I really think people would have given this game a chance rather than immediately bashing it based on appearances. Before we get into the actual gameplay aspects, let's discuss the story real quick. The story is very similar to Secret Rings, in which Sonic gets sucked into a storybook environment. The only difference this time is that the environment is set in medieval Europe, in the land of King Arthur, rather than the Arabian Nights. Which, I suppose works, since you're going with a storybook series, you might as well pick one of the most famous tales in the history of literature. But the plot goes a bit deeper than just Sonic getting sucked into a random storybook. There's a wizard named Merlina who is the granddaughter of Merlin, and she's on the run from who, at the time, you believe is King Arthur. And he seems to have become corrupt, and is chasing her down for reasons you don't fully understand until later in the game. During this sequence that Merlina's running from King Arthur is when she decides to summon someone she calls the Hero of Wind, who turns out to be Sonic. He saves her, and, well, that's where the story goes from there. Merlina explains that she needs Sonic's help in order to stop the now corrupt King Arthur, and to do it Sonic needs a special sword called Caliburn. Caliburn turns out to be a talking sword, which sounds stupid, but Caliburn's personality actually becomes more apparent as the game goes on, and it's somewhat amusing to see him and Sonic butt heads during the progression of the game. One thing I will say about the plot is that about 3/4 of the way in, the game takes one of the most ridiculous plot twists that I've ever seen in a game. By ridiculous, I don't mean it was absurd or, you know, a bad twist. I mean it was a really good twist that, I'll be honest, I didn't fucking see coming. It really did catch me off guard, and I was very, very happy with it, because suddenly the plot became awesome and the game actually got me really pumped, which is something Secret Rings also did at one point during the game. In addition to the new characters, there are some other characters from the story that are being played by the original Sonic characters. For example, some of King Arthur's knights are being played by Knuckles, Shadow, and Blaze. All good choices, but the characters really don't look very appealing or legit in the armor they're wearing. They just look very strange. But you can look past it, I suppose. Also, the Lady of the Lake is in the story, much like the original King Arthur, but she's being played by... Okay, I understand this really isn't too big a deal, but was there any particular reason why they couldn't have used Tikal? I mean, in the original Sonic Adventure game, Tikal was a mystical lady who came to help the characters in that story. She would fit the role of Lady of the Lake perfectly. I don't understand why, and while I like Amy as a character, she does not fit the Lady of the Lake at all, but whatever, it's a minor issue. There's also a blacksmith played by Tails. A good role for Tails. Blacksmith actually doesn't really play too big a role in the story, but he's the one who runs the shop. Now, the shop consists of three main things. Number one, it allows you to select your style of play. There are several different styles, and I believe you can unlock other styles later in the game. There's also a section where you can equip various items to your characters. I'll explain how you get the items later on. There's also a section where you can create various weapons, which is kind of cool, but the problem is I think they're asking a bit too much when it comes to creating these weapons. Some of the items you need a lot of. One minor note, there's a musical tune playing in the blacksmith shop, and it's actually a violin rendition of Tails' theme from the original Sonic Adventure games. That being said, in the game, there's a art section that's a collection of fan art from various fans from around the world, which is really nice. And during it, there's a violin rendition of Doesn't Matter from the original Sonic Adventure games. Alright, now that we got the minor stuff out of the way, let's talk about the actual gameplay. First off, I think the game looks pretty good. The graphics aren't half bad. I've seen a bit better on the Wii, but I've definitely seen way worse, so the graphics are decent. As for the actual game, well, it's much like Secret Rings, only you use both the Wiimote and the nunchuck. You control Sonic's direction and movement with the nunchuck, and you use the Wiimote to swing. It actually does work really well. The only real problem is that there are going to be a lot of enemies to face. That being said, you're going to be swinging the Wiimote a lot. This is the only Wii game that has ever given me a wrist cramp. You can get used to it after a while, but I really think they should have dumbed down the number of enemies to face. It does take away from the game just a little bit, and messes up the flow of speed. There are specific attacks you can do and combos you can use, but because all of these are controlled with the Wii motion, the gameplay is probably going to boil down to you just randomly waving around the Wiimote while Sonic swings the sword. The game is, by nature, a waggle fest. But at the same time, surprisingly, it's actually a lot of fun to play. It's fast-paced, action-oriented, and enjoyable. I mentioned the items earlier. You get to select the items at the end of every stage, but you only have a certain amount of points in order to choose the items, so you have to choose wisely as to what you want and what you don't. It's not a bad feature, but I do find it mildly irritating and unnecessary. There's only a handful of boss fights in the game. They're okay, but I don't think they're as good as the ones in Unleashed, and they tend to be a bit chaotic and once again boil down to you just waving the Wiimote around like an idiot. But they're okay. One other thing I really like about this game is that you don't have to play as just Sonic. You can choose to play as the other knights if you want to later on in the game. This is pretty cool, and every knight is designed pretty well. Each one has their own unique gameplay style, but they all work. The only one I feel the need to mention is Gawain, Knuckles, because he can fly over all the enemies. To be fair, you might not want to be doing this because it'll ruin your score at the end of the level, but if you're just playing through the level for speed, it does make the level way too easy. There's a couple extra features I want to mention real quick. There is Wi-Fi in this game, but it's not what we wanted nor what we expected. The items that you can get from the game, you can actually trade with your friends over Wi-Fi, which is pretty cool. There's also another mode that's basically a high score list, where you can try to beat each other's scores in various challenges that are only listed on the Wi-Fi section. But the Versus mode isn't Wi-Fi, it's only local multiplayer. The Versus mode is okay, not really awesome, but it's okay. It's better than the Secret Rings multiplayer. I really feel that this should have been Wi-Fi. I mean, in Zero Gravity, at least they gave us ghost races. Why wouldn't you want to make the Versus mode Wi-Fi? I mean, it doesn't really make much sense. Like I said, the Versus mode is okay, but nothing special. My final thoughts on this game are, it's vastly underrated. I really find this game enjoyable to play. I do understand why a few people might not like it, as I understand that a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, really despise Waggle Fests, and if you really hate that, I'd advise avoiding this game, but if you're willing to give it a shot, I'd give it a rental. And that's all I really gotta say. I'm done. Have a nice fucking day.